Discover extreme power, pickup and performance with 3P Tech. SERVO 40, the science of extreme.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the final round coverage of the IndianOil SERVO Masters Golf 2022. This is the 19th event of the 2022 Tata Steel PGTI season. You're looking at the highlights right now from round 3 as we saw Arjun Sharma from Gautam Budh Nagar reaching up to the top of the leaderboard at 12 under par, leading the way by one shot over Olympian Udayan Mane and Kshitij Naved Kaul at 10 under par. Lots of players at 9 under par as well as at 8 under par. So the day going forward here on the final round is going to be nothing short of interesting. Welcome to the final round coverage, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Digboy Golf Links this week in Digboy. This is Northeast India's premier professional golf event with a prize purse of 75 lakh rupees. I am your host Rahul Bajaj, joined by my co-host Shaurya Singh. The course record at this golf course is 12 under par 60, which was set by Rahul Ganapati in the year 2002. The lowest winning total over here was achieved last year by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh in the 2021 edition at 23 under par for 4 days. This week's tournament field of 119 players, out of which only 57 players have made the halfway cut at 1 over par or better. IndianOil SERVO Masters has a special place in the history of Indian professional golf as the longest running golf tournament on the Indian domestic circuit and on the PGT of India. This is the first time that this tournament is being telecasted live, and this makes it a landmark event for golf in the Northeast region. As we take a look on our screens, we have the 9 a.m. tee time. Kalin Joshi playing alongside the lad from Mysore, Alap Ayal and Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Leading Indian professionals in the fray this week are Udayan Mane, Kalin Joshi, defending champion Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Manu Gandas, as well as former champion Shamim Khan, Mukesh Kumar, Shankar Das and Harinder Gupta. We saw Yuvraj Singh Sandhu yesterday struggling to a 74. He's at 9 under par, the defending champion for this event, 3 shots adrift, and definitely will be looking to battle today. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, kind of seeing the form that he's been in, is going to be a formidable person to be looking out for today. You also have Arjun Sharma, who is looking for his first victory on the tour. He was knocking on the door just a few weeks ago and ended up finishing runners-up there. And here we are now, Arjun Sharma, while he leads the way over some top names. You also have Sunit Bishnoi at 9 under par, who is 3 shots adrift and also looking for his maiden title. Pawan Kumar also at 9 under par, looking for his maiden title. Alap Ayal, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, all vying to get that big prize. Day 3's top scores were shot by Udayan Mane, the Olympian, at 66, 6 under par to make himself sit at second position at 11 under par. We also had a few 68s from Mithun Pereira and M. Dharma. We also had a 67 coming in from Pawan Kumar, a 67 from Enthanga Raja from Sri Lanka. We also had a 68 from Kalin Joshi and 66 from Akshay Niranjan. He's also a debutant on the tour. Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh also finding some form with a 67 yesterday. It's a bunch of good scores. The leaderboard has been peppered with good number of underpars. We are looking forward to what can really happen today as Kalin Joshi wipes off his hands, getting ready for that tee shot. And Mithun Pereira seems to be soaking the sun there, having a little bit of chitter and chatter with a PGTI official, Jay Prakash, there on our screens. A nice little laugh between Mithun, Kalin and Pawan Kumar before they start their day. On our screens is Anshul Patel. Anshul Patel, a left-handed golfer. We've got a couple of left-handed golfers now on the tour. We're doing really well. Anshul Patel being one. Jairaj Singh Sandhu about to tee off now on the first hole. The longest standing tournament on the PGTI, and there we have the list of former winners of this tournament. As you can tell, numbers just keep changing year on year. Got multiple wins by Shamim Khan on this golf course, multiple wins by Mukesh Kumar on this course. Also had young winners Veer Alawat in 2019 and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu in 2021. Dig Boy Golf Links, of course, is an iconic golf course set in the year 1916. They say that in 1898, golf was already referred to being played in Dig Boy. And they started to play a 9-hole golf course, which was started here in Dig Boy in 1916, ladies and gentlemen. Extended to 18 holes by 1918, the oldest golf course here in Assam. The very interesting thing here is that in 2021, a new driving range with a clubhouse was constructed, and in 2022, the Dig Boy Golf Academy was established. There we have on our screens Alap Ayal, all the way from Mysore, gunning for his first victory. Apayal, who shot a 72 yesterday to be at 8 under par for the tournament, will need to get something kick-started here in the first few holes. Getting off to a good start on this golf course is always going to act as an advantage going forward. The first hole, of course, first and the second are slightly tough holes, and then the third hole gives you an opportunity to make a birdie, and sixth hole onwards things do tend to open up a little bit, but up till the fifth, if a player can go around in 1 or 2 under par by then, you can look forward to them shooting a good round there. So take a look now at Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Jairaj Singh Sandhu with rounds of 70, 68 and 70 in the first 3 rounds. It's currently at 8 under par, 4 shots adrift from the lead, going with a driver here. Seems to prefer a bit of a fade going into this first hole. The first hole is flanked by an OB line on the right side, and there is a little bit of a bailout area on the other side, but the shot that one gets from there is very difficult. We saw Yuvraj Singh Sandhu getting stuck on that side yesterday and ended up with a 6 on the first, and that sort of slowed him down for the entire day. But going forward, we also saw Mithun Pereira coming up with a scintillating 68. The only blemish on his scorecard yesterday was the 18th hole, where he ended up missing about a 4-feet putt for his par. Otherwise, he would have had a blemish-free round, although we saw a blemish-free round from Pawan Kumar, who shot about the IndianOil SERVO. SERVO was launched by Indian Oil, India's flagship petroleum refining and marketing company, in 1972. In the same year, Indian Oil set up its own R&D at Faridabad, and this marked the birth of SERVO, a genuinely Indian brand of lubricant with a formulation crafted for Indian Oil's own specifications. In fact, this is the trusted lubricant for many of the big brands of automobiles. In fact, the lubricant is also sold internationally in 37 countries, including Sri Lanka, Mauritius, Bangladesh, Nepal, and several countries in the Middle East, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and African countries. SERVO commands the highest market share in all the three major product segments, that is, automotive oils, industrial oils, and greases. The sixth oil brand in the world and first from the Asia Pacific region to have been approved by marine engine builders like MAN BW and Wärtsilä Sulzer.
I am Manika Batra, India's table tennis game changer. Pin, surprise and score. Winning in my India jersey. The engine is the heart of a car, and hence the one product I don't compromise is the engine oil. For my car, I use the most trusted SERVO lubricants by Indian Oil.
Another interesting piece of trivia about Indian Oil is that the search for oil in India began in 1866. When Mr. Goodenough of McKillop Stewart and Company drilled a well near Jaipur in Upper Assam and struck oil. A very interesting history behind the oil industry of the country. The installation of the refinery, Digboy Refinery, was set up in 1901, supplanting the earlier one at Margarita, a town very close to Digboy, probably about a half an hour drive at most. It's the town right adjoining the Digboy city. The first hole is a straightforward par 4, although the players need to place their tee shots pretty well to be able to get a good enough shot at the green. At 448 yards, most players would be hitting a 3-wood or a driver off the tee and get about a 9 or an 8 iron into this green, depending on how far they're able to hit their drives. And greens over here in Digboy are stamp size, so 20 by 20 is what you're looking at most of the day, and that makes it very, very challenging to keep the ball on the green, especially in green and regulation. And the greens also tend to get harder as the days move on, so further on groups and also coming into the final day, we've got greens which will be playing harder and faster on this day. So we'll be looking forward to seeing who is going to provide us all the excitement here at the Indian Oil SERVO Masters Golf, this flagship event of the Northeast region, and of course a flagship event for the PGT of India, being the oldest running tournament. Karthik Sharma already getting off to a hot start with 2 birdies in the first and the third. Moves up to 7 under par. There we have one of the players has definitely found the putting surface in regulation there in the group of Kalin Joshi, Alap Ayal. Seems like one of the players is stuck in the rough. Seems to now have come out of it. The greens really as big as they seem on the screen aren't really the biggest greens on the planet. So the players have to have a superb touch around the greens to be able to navigate through. It's imperative on this golf course to keep the ball on the putting surface as quickly as possible. Enthangaraja from Sri Lanka. (9:10) tea time, playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Sunit Bishnoi from Gurugram. Going with his trusted fairway wood is Enthangaraja. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the money leader here on the PGT of India, as we move forward into the last three tournaments of the year, going with the big stick here on the first. As I welcome my co-commentator now into the commentary box, Shaurya Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome the man.
Ladies and gentlemen and children of all ages, you know I'm your favorite commentator. Trying to take the spotlight from Rahul. I only have a couple of hoodlums trying to stop me from the studio. But you know, you can't keep a good man down. In all seriousness, trying to figure out the intricacies of parking a car. As we have a look.
Is the last thing that is required around here, Shaurya Singh.
Absolutely not. As I scampered up, I've run out of breath. But no such problem. So Yuvraj Singh Sandhu here.
Well, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu hopefully has rested enough yesterday after that slight bit of a hiccupy round. I think he is going to be the man to look out for today.
Absolutely. No doubt it's not going to be one of us, my friend.
Sunit Bishnoi here looking for his first victory on the tour. Debutant on the tour is Sunit, putting up a really solid show this week. Currently at 9 under par with rounds of 71, 67 and 69. Seems to have leaked it out a touch to the right. That should be all right. Not too anxious with that.
If memory serves me right, Sunit also won the medal at the National Games, right? Recently, I think it was...
Team Haryana, is it?
I think Sunit won the bronze. It was Lohan and Kocher and Sunit. I think so.
So I think Kocher is from Chandigarh, so he must have won another medal. Because Team Delhi NCR, I think Team Delhi won the silver.
Yes, I think so. Good start to Sunit's professional career for sure. So
Absolutely.
getting those laurels early on.
Colin Joshi here on the first now, putting for birdie. Colin, who's currently at a score of 7 under par with rounds of 69, 72 and 68, himself has been struggling to find the best of his forms. Sunit Bishnoi, my apologies as I'm prompted now, won the individual bronze for Haryana.
So first look at Colin. Even though he shot a really good round yesterday, we didn't really have much of an opportunity to have a look at him. Looking splendid. A little bit of a change from all the other colors that we're seeing on the golf course. Colin, of course, a winner on the Asian Tour as well, having won at the Delhi Golf Club. Jairaj here on hole number 1. An interesting flag pin position on the first, getting that front right bunker into play, making things a little more difficult. As you see on this golf course, they don't really hold too much, so Not much of an opportunity for players to hit a high shot and try to stop it, as you see the all too familiar woes on the putting green for a lot of these players from that distance.
As we're back to the first tee, it appears like Sunit Bishnoi is reloading a provisional ball here.
That driver doesn't seem to be complying at this point in time.
Well, seems like a bit of a jittery start there for Sunit Bishnoi as he moves on now into the fairway. Good start again here at the tie for 24th position. Sachin Besoya at 2 under par through the first 3 holes of his round. And Divyanshu Bajaj also starting off with 2 birdies in the first 3 holes of his round, moving themselves up to 5 under par. In fact, making a birdie there by Divyanshu Bajaj on the 10th hole. Another Mukesh Kumar also making a birdie on the 10th hole. The 10th hole, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the 236-yard par 3 with a teeny tiny green, literally, about 10 yards in width and about 22 yards in length. So making a birdie over here, believe you me, is almost like a hole-in-one.
Absolutely. It's a difficult hole to say the least. 230 yards downhill with that green, which is sort of precariously placed as that ball, unfortunately, slipping into that bunker. Not
That's what we saw yesterday as well, Shaurya, where the flag was placed unless and until the players have this thing mentioned in their yardage books, wherein the bunker almost cuts into the green. It's like it's coming halfway into the green. So if you don't have the correct amount of compression and correct placing of the golf ball, this golf course could be sucking you up into bunkers without you even realizing. You'd think you'd be on the putting surface, and then suddenly the ball's in the bunker.
Yeah, I think these greens don't yield to compression either because they're rather firm, and I've not quite seen any perches on the greens. Even players with a lot of compression, the ball tends to roll on. So I think the preferred play is obviously trying to pitch it towards the front of the greens and being a little more conservative with these tricky flag pin positions.
Yeah, while Anshul Patel having no trouble there.
That's right next to the flag pin position. Fantastic shot by him. Tee somewhat obfuscated by the thick foliage around, and you really have to appear to have a look at the players. And you see teeing up towards the right hand side.
Harinder Gupta there. Coming up really sharp dressing there today for Harinder. Totally in the servo colors, isn't he?
Trying to pay homage to the sponsor as he'll try and hit a left to right fade, I reckon, by teeing up on the right side.
You think he can perform today like the servo oil as well?
Well, I'm hoping that he does. I'm sure that's the thought that he has. He definitely has on this golf shot.
Seems pretty solid to me.
That's a really good shot right there. The players would make the nice little walk to the 4th hole green.
And Anshul Patel and Akshay Sharma and Harinder Gupta. Akshay and Harinder, of course, coming from Chandigarh, and Anshul Patel from Ahmedabad.
All regions represented on the Professional Golf Tour of India,
including many other countries.
Yes, that goes without saying. We do have a good contingent of foreign players, and I'm certain that there'll be a lot more featuring in the Q School, which will be upcoming in the next month. The month after next, my apologies.
And if I remember correctly, you're also gearing up for that.
Still mulling, to be honest. My lazy bones. I do really feel like I want to go have. I really want to play a professional tournament once, and that's the closest I think I'm gonna get to one. So I'm still contemplating it, but I think it's still hanging in the balance, to be honest.
It remains to be seen what is going to happen as we take a look at Udayan Mane prepping up, checking out that pin sheet, and understanding where all would he like to place the ball, where all would he like to make them birdies, as the day just about begins for him. Udayan Mane is playing alongside Kshitij Naved, who is at 10 under par. Udayan is at 11 under par, and Arjun Sharma at 12 under par. Udayan looking for his first victory in quite a few months now. He's been working very hard on his game in off the spotlight, in the backgrounds. And seems like things are coming together now for him.
As predicted, Dharma doesn't quite really think too much about his clothing. Likes to have it predetermined. On the penultimate day, it's going to be red trouser. On the final day, it's going to be a red shirt. On the penultimate day, it's going to be a black t-shirt. On the final day, it's going to be black trousers. So obviously, in love with Tiger Woods' dressing sense. As Mithun Pereira is trying to blend in with the trees using that camouflage, maybe to sort of blend into a good round today.
It seems like Sunit Bishnoi's ball on the right side has been found. As we take a look on our screens at Ntangaraja. Tangaraja, a really prolific iron player, also a good driver of the golf ball. Oh, what a superb shot there, but the ball will not hold up. Seems like he caught a flyer. A huge run on that. That should be okay from the back. He's got enough room to work with.
You see a lot of that on this golf course, is that players actually running the ball up to the green. So like the old style of golf, it's not really playing golf like a game of darts where you just sort of pitch it and stop it. Here it's a lot of imagination involved as well.
That's the thing about the game, right? So each week players have to adapt, and in fact, I would say each day the players have to adapt. And especially in my experience of playing the Big Boy golf links in the past, we've noticed that the greens do tend to get harder and faster as the week moves on, and we will be seeing a lot of that happening unless and until, of course, players are hitting their wedge shots. It'll be difficult for them to keep the ball on that putting surface. There we have the referee finally emerging from the rough. I think Sunit Bishnoi's ball has been established. That, by the way, is the entry gate into the golf course. A tiny little road that leads you all the way around the first hole's tee box, back into the clubhouse over here. Usually, players stay pretty close by to the club at a guest house, and almost they can walk into the course instead of having to take a ride. So that's a really nice and convenient facet of Big Boy.
That's also the road that sometimes the ball tends to use on the first hole to make an exit out of the golf course. Hit an errant shot, it'll quietly tiptoe its way out, outside the golf course, and then you have to re-tee and take a 2-shot penalty. So,
and I think there's only probably going to be one or two players in the field who's going to be able to fly it all the way to the road. The road, really speaking, is a good 320, 330 yards. And finally, we have Sunit Bishnoi back into the fairway.
I think Sunit's ball had a thought or two about traversing the length of that road.
Yeah, I was looking at my own 3 minutes to look for Sunit Bishnoi.
Yeah, that's really another point that I remembered. 3 minutes can go by in the blink of an eye, and I think you need a little bit of gamesmanship to utilize the most of it. Maybe just tiptoe around, don't quite reach the destination, trying to use binoculars, and because I think the time starts the moment you reach the ball or the moment the caddy reaches the ball. What's the exact ruling?
Any one of you who reaches the ball first.
Oh, so maybe have a third party reach the ball first.
So, as I see on my co-commentator's screen now, we've got him looking at the Q School details. So, man is really looking forward to what's going to be happening in January.
Trying to understand how this works as we have a look at the replay. Fantastic replay being shown of that ball just running off the green. Back to the live action. Now we can see it scampering off again. It's like deja vu.
It's like happening again, over and over again. As one of the players in this group seems to have found the putting surface in good shape. It seems to be Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who is looking to make quite a dent over here today, and also looking to take the prize of the number one on the order of merit. Although 3 more tournaments remain on the PGT of India before this year's Order of Merit champion can be decided.
Dharma M coming along well this week.
As the players finished this week's IndianOil Servo Masters Golf today, moving into, of course, the Pro-Am, which will happen tomorrow on Sunday, the 20th of November. Here in Digboy, the players will move to Telangana for the Vooty Golf County Golf Course. Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Masters for a prize purse of 1 crore rupees. Thereafter, moving into Royal Calcutta Golf Club after 2 weeks of break. The players will be playing the SSP Chaurasia Invitational 2022 presented by Take for a prize purse of 1 crore. Thereafter, the players move into the Tata Steel Tour Championship to play for a whopping prize purse of 3 crore rupees. That would be the biggest tournament on the PGT of India. So 5 crore rupees still to be played for after today finishes. So the players have a lot to be playing for, and this tournament, the Tata Steel Tour Championship, will be held at Golmuri and Beldi golf courses in Jamshedpur. And this tournament is an invitational event. Only the top 60 players get invited to play the tournament. The players from 61st onwards go to the Q school, just like myself and Shaurya Singh.
This would be an interesting view. I really want to have a look at Mithun and how he actually hits it. Look at that grip. He's barely holding on to that club.
That's one of the things as well, why Mithun isn't able to generate enough of power, because a weak left-hand grip does not allow you that. But, that also acts as an advantage that Mithun uses really well around with his wedge game within 50 yards off the green. So that really does help him as well around the greens, because he can really use that club face very effectively, as we take a look at Pawan Kumar, who did come up with a blemish-free round yesterday to be in this position.
Not many players going with a conservative approach here. Everyone hitting a driver. I remember times past, there would be a lot of players going with the 3-wood here as well, because the right-hand side is risky and there's not much space to the left either. And you have this tree overhanging, so the only shot that you're left with is a high draw. So all of the players being able to navigate that, it seems, in this group. Thanga, who's already saw a scamper off the green now.
Thirsty early in the morning, isn't he? Just about saving himself from the red line, it seems, at the back of the green here on the first.
Yes, that's a thin red line that all of the players want to avoid, especially first thing in the morning. But
Lakshman Rekha, is it?
Yes, that's why I said the thin red line. And what kind of shot do you think he'll be employing from here?
I think he's playing a standard shot here where he can pitch this one up on the green and thereafter just let it keep running. And he's done a pretty good job of that, isn't he?
He's done brilliantly well. Would be able to save his par and be happy for it. I'll look at some of the scores of the tournament so far. You have Arjun Sharma leading the proceedings at 12 under par. On your screens is Suneet Bishnoi at 9 under par, who seems getting into a little bit of trouble here.
Suneet hitting his fourth shot now.
We'll have that one coming back for bogey. So we want to make that to ensure that it doesn't drop more than a solitary shot.
Be a different situation to be in this position, especially when you're in there for the first time. Could be just a bunch of hiccups that came in on that tee shot. You never know. Arjun Bhati, who has himself gotten on to a decent start at 2 under par through the first 6 holes, to be at 6 under for the tournament. And further down that leaderboard, Sachin Besoya, who can't seem to find a par, has only made 1 par so far, is 3 under par for the day.
That's an errant shot on hole number 4. That's going to prove extremely difficult from there. Hardly any green to work with towards the left of that flag. The player will really have his work cut out in order to try and make par from there.
Are we looking at an open-placed flop shot there now? Get that ball as close as possible.
I really don't think that is a shot that the players can take on here because the greens are so hard, and the lie that they will get is also not going to be conducive. As you have a look at Sunith, who's starting that round with a double bogey. It's my apologies. That's Yuvraj with his birdie attempt just about slipping by. So Yuvraj would make par. Yuvraj and Sunith would be putting from a similar position in not too much time.
Well, giving it a good few shots there is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, keeping it in play, attacking the flag thereafter, and giving it a good attempt with that flat stick.
How do you feel
that for him?
What kind of round will Yuvraj produce? I think he would be raring to go today.
I think Yuvraj is going to be going low today. He's got, he's taken out that one bad round that he had, probably in those four, and he'll be gunning to go deep today. Sunith Bishnoi now here putting for bogey. That'd be a rough start there, starting with a 6 here on the first hole. Nevertheless, the next few holes, Sunith could catch up and bring that score back up, especially on the third hole, which will give him the opportunity to make a 3. The third hole spin position today is 30 yards inside from the front edge and 7 from the right, which makes it on top of the second tier of the green, which will be a difficult birdie attempt for pretty much all of the field. That's a difficult flag to sort of make an up and down to. As the players now move on to the second hole. And Tangaraja saving a superb par there, coming in from the left rough, running it by the green and then making that up and down, as now our leader group is ready to tee off. We have Udayan Mane, Kshitij Navedkol and Arjun Sharma.
It's going to be an interesting final leader group. Arjun Sharma now getting comfortable playing leading groups. He did so in Coimbatore over the last 2 days, and I think he's done same over a few other tournaments as well.
I'd have to say that he held his own even then, and he should be fine even today. I think it just remains to be seen what kind of a fight goes on today on the golf course. That is the only thing that really remains to be seen.
Well, as long as it's not a physical one, because then I think Udayan will be winning that.
Well, yes, definitely.
Otherwise, I'm not too certain if get down to that. But jokes aside, it's going to be interesting. Arjun has a very sorted game that we've seen. Very good driver of the ball and great putter, and that is going to be a good weapon that he'll possess on this golf course. Udayan, on the other hand, is a pure power player. Fantastic compression that he puts onto the ball. And then Kshitij Navedkol, he does his own thing.
As we take a look now at M. Dharma, Kshitij Navedkol does his own thing. Wow.
Well, with that technique, it's he's of course a great ball striker, and I think he's good at everything. I've seen his game, and doesn't really seem to have a chink in the armor. He's a good ball striker, strong young lad. He's one of those newer generation players, and with that technique of his, he'd know best if that's going to last for 18 holes. I think that's something separate from a lot what the other players are doing. So it's very tough to predict if he's having a good swing day or a bad swing day, because he's using a same length club, and it's not too discernible for the naked eye, to be honest with you.
There we have Kshitij Navedkol, quite meticulous about his golf swing and his technique.
You can't really gauge much if he's having a good swing day or a bad swing day, only the way the ball comes out, because the positions are always similar, to be honest with you. He looks like he's perfected that arc, and the way he swings it, everything seems in unison.
I think the temperamentally, he's pretty good. That's why, we aren't able to tell much from his swing, but he does have a very, very peculiar way of going through his routines and through his swing. But it works for him, so well and good.
Definitely worked on that instance, so will be getting on his way. He's at 10 under par, definitely in the thick of things. You think the chasing group. The second group is in a better position. I feel that Yuvraj would actually, be in a way feeling lucky that yes, he's in the second group. He can really mount that huge challenge to shoot a 5-6 under par round and put these guys under pressure.
More than anything else, I think Yuvraj, took out that bad round yesterday. He started off with a 6, and thereafter, he tried to steady his ship, but you could tell that he was really struggling to sort of keep things going for himself. And I think, as we spoke yesterday as well, probably a little bit over golfed, and a little bit of rest yesterday could have done really well for him. Udayan Mane there going for his first shot, currently starting at 11 under par.
Udayan's a tall lad. The driver looks rather small. And is that a standard?
It looks like a wedge in his hand, doesn't it?
Actually, I think it'll also be interesting to find out if he's using a regular length driver.
So, interesting fact is that a lot of players, be it on the European Tour or the PGA Tour, are actually not using the standard length of driver which is being sold today in the market. They're actually using a 44.5 or a 45-inch driver, and currently the new drivers coming out in the market are 46.5 and 47 inches. Players still sticking to the traditional length of the driver. That seems to be a knowledge that is non-existent for a lot of our club golfers. Sunit Bishnoi taking on that second hole tee shot.
Seems like he's flared it out to the right, and that's not good news because you have that tree overhanging, and that could be some sort of difficulty that he might face as we have a look at Arjun Sharma.
Notice Arjun also chokes down on his driver and hits it. Keeps it. Holds it almost about 2 inches shorter than full length. So it's a lot of players tend to sort of either choke down on it or play a shorter length driver. This is contrary to popular belief that longer drivers would lead to longer drives.
That's what it should normally mean, but you're right, it doesn't. There's always an optimum sweet spot for a player, whether it's choking down on the driver or using a longer one, as Kshitij Navid Kaul seems to be using a longer driver, or maybe that's the way that he extends his arms. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Interestingly, one would like to know whether Kshitij Navid Kaul's driver is also the same length as his 7-iron or not. Yeah. Or it's only the irons.
I reckon it should only be the irons. And what about the woods? Are they all the same length?
I mean, perhaps they could be. I think 44 and a half is quite a sweet spot for a driver. Maybe a 43 and a half for a fairway wood. But I mean, interesting point and an interesting question. I think I will look up this one for sure.
Yes, please do. You are the equipment connoisseur, and all the answers are supposed to be with you, my friend. You're the wizard. As we have a look at the group landing up on hole number 2, seems like Yuvraj is in the bunker. I'm not too sure about where he is, but the other two players definitely on the right-hand side of the screen.
Thangaraja has found the putting surface. Sunit Bishnoi is just short of the green over here. Should not be big trouble for these gentlemen, especially Thangaraja being on the green. That should be no trouble for him. That's superb up and down there from the back of the green by Thanga. Yuvraj Sandhu has definitely found that bunker which cuts up into the green over here. Have his work cut out from that lie. Seems like he's a little close to the lip. Must have just about trickled in.
It's a difficult bunker shot, to be honest with you, because the bunkers are so shallow. Normally players are used to being in bunkers that sort of at least coming up to their waist height. This is a little different experience altogether, because that elevation that you get, I think, is so much more difficult to try and pitch the ball where you want to, because you're used to trying to hit that ball a little high. But when the bunker is almost the same level as the green, I think that changes the shot entirely. You're almost trying to hit a chip shot. You're trying to hit the trajectory of a chip shot with the technique of a bunker shot, to be
Absolutely,
honest.
You're correct with that. I think although where Yuvraj's ball lies right now is pretty close to the lip, so that makes it a touch more difficult. Sunit Bishnoi there leaving himself a little bit of work to be done to save his 3. Although also one of the other things that makes a big difference is that from a course to course, the bunker sand really changes. So the technique has to be changed. Some bunkers, the kind of sand that they have, people will play a steeper swing. Some of them require a shallower shot. So you have to be able to adapt to it. M Dharma there not making a par on the first hole. A long birdie attempt that he had from about 50 feet away on this green. Seems like he misread that. As we take a look now at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, going with almost like a chip-like approach, and
He's done
superb
really well.
shot there.
You saw there was a little bit of an abbreviated finish, and he sort of changed his technique a little bit as well. But it was a very calm, composed sort of a bunker shot. Normally, you see players thrashing out of a bunker shot, a little more aggressive as compared to a chip shot. But that was really well done, even keeled. It was just a perfect bunker shot. I think
absolutely.
it doesn't get better than that.
Absolutely,
To
he
be honest with
played that with a little bit of a different technique, but something that one could learn from.
you. Absolutely, that was a joy to watch. What a fantastic shot by Yuvraj there.
Is that something you could take with you to your qualifying school endeavors?
Do they have those shallow bunkers?
Well, they've got shallow players like you.
Very well said. I think I walked into that one. Seems like you are on top of your game, my friend. No such problems here for these players. On hole number 1, you can see that Udyan Mane has had quite the drive, and I think that's Arjun Sharma in the foreground. Not quite certain. Bale. The heck is Bale? Back to Yashas on hole number 4, putting from the right hand side of the green. This putt should be all of 35 feet. Currently sitting at 8 under par, so he's also in the thick of things. He's made a birdie on hole number 3. I think the third hole is one that a lot of the players would be looking to birdie. We've seen almost all of the players today in the top 20 have birdied that hole. Nothing more than a 3-wood for the medium hitters and a rescue for the long hitters for the par 4 third. We have a look at Yashas's effort.
That's a pretty good putt there from a long range. He was almost on the right edge of the green, pin perched up today on the left edge of the green. Pretty good effort. In fact, if you notice this bunker as well at the back, there's no fringe there to stop the ball. So if a player was to attack the flag and get a touch aggressive with it, that ball's going to bounce in the bunker for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely makes it more interesting that if you are going for the flag and if you're not perfect, then you can find yourself struggling for your par.
Amrit Lal there on our screens, coming up from the left edge of the green. A flat stick, he thinks will do fine enough from there. You know, some of these bunkers, the way they are cut out into the greens, there are no fringes there to protect, to slow down your golf ball. So you're definitely running into it. If the ball trickles down into it, then you're going to be close enough to the lip, making it a tough bunker shot. But not for players like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. As we take a look now at Udyan Mane hitting his second shot here on the first hole. Bang in the middle of the fairway is Udyan. Pin perched up just about slightly on the right side with the bunker to navigate.
This will be interesting to watch if he's able to generate any sort of spin. Because if anybody can generate spin, it has to be this man. I think he's on the front left of the green. Not his best effort.
Well, that'll do fine. He's a little bit far away from the hole, but that'll be fine for the first hole, finding the dance floor.
Seems like the other two players have already come up and hit their shots. Look at Amrit Lal on hole number 4. Fantastic effort there, holding that putt.
That's a good birdie there for Amrit Lal, and another player, Yashas Chandra, started off with a birdie on the third, with 2 pars on the first and the second to move up to 8 under par for the tournament. As we take a look at OP, Om Prakash Chauhan,
who had missed the green to the left-hand side. It was a difficult shot from there on. Oh, that's a brilliant putt. So we assume that's a par save for OP.
And that's where it seems like that wristy putting action does come in handy, doesn't it?
Yes.
Seems to work very well.
Sends the ball to its intended direction. That's what a golfer spends his entire life trying to do. Send the ball in the intended line of of your target. But that is easier said than done. You can spend a whole lifetime trying to figure it out. I think it's the only game where the amount of books, I think I read somewhere, golf and bridge are the two sport. Bridge is obviously a card game. Is the most amount of books have ever been written about these two particular sports. Golf,
or maybe golf is just being written about because there's too much of time between shots.
Yeah, I think I could have written a book or two. Now that you tell me about it. But it's fascinating the amount of books that you have on golf technique. If you think about it, there's no one technique. Every 2 or 3 years, you have, the new technique.
I think things have become much clearer now. People in the past used to make up stuff and sort of talk about their own thoughts about the techniques. But I think with biomechanics coming in the fray, with the amount of technology that's come in today, I think things have become much surer as to what will work and what won't work.
I mean, I would beg to differ with you, because if you have a look at Bryson, that's a new technique. If you have a look at stack and tilt, they're about 10.
It's scientific, right? It's scientific. So each of these have got some things which are quite common between the two. What Bryson does and what stack and tilt says, they've got something common between the two. Not exactly, not entirely, but there are some commonalities.
But if you look at each swing, every swing is an individual sort of swing, and there are very few points which are common. Even if you talk about at top of the swing, the angle of the left wrist, if it's flat, bowed, or steep, So,
in fact, this is what was thought in the past, that a flat wrist or a bowed wrist or a cup wrist, one or the other will not work and all of that. Things have really changed now and become a lot clearer. Now people do not think that way anymore. They don't look at a cup wrist or a bowed wrist the way they used to. There's many other things, especially the concept called matchups, which has come around. Really tends to help you to understand. In fact, just a couple of days ago, I came across a very interesting study that most players at contact, the good ball strikers, the better players, are at 55 degrees of angle with their shoulders coming into impact. And that really is, it was quite shocking for me. I never thought that there would be a certain angle that good ball strikers would be at.
Let me draw out my mathematical equipment and my compass. 55-degree angle to the shoulder. See, this is when you start showing off knowledge. When the other person is like a sitting duck and I'm not able to understand anything. You're talking about how things have changed, and I'm a remnant of the past. As we have a look at Arjun, and seems to be in the vegetation there. He seemed to be fine in the fairway. I don't know how he ended up landing up here.
Yep, absolutely. It seems to be found himself in a tough spot.
And hasn't really done himself any favors either. His third shot wasn't up to the mark. Will have his work cut out from there. Seems like Kshitij, now with Gaul, has also had a similar fascination with with visiting these strange areas early in the morning. He finds himself on the right-hand side, probably drawing a similar sort of line. He's gotten a drop there. That I'm assuming that wouldn't be a free draw, would it?
Golfers or farmers?
Well, it's always great to be in touch with nature. As we have a look at that ball on fourth hole. to a little to the left of that.
That
flag.
probably is one of the best shots that we will see all day long on that flag location. The walk of fame from the fourth tee box to the fourth green here at the Dig Boy Golf Links.
Yes, I think especially if you hit a good shot, it's such a nice little walk to a green.
A nice little bounce to Colin Joshi as well there. He's loving that downhill staircase.
See that. Chopping a lot of grass there. That is a precarious lie.
Kind of tough spots to be in, especially this, the crabgrass. The bigger, the taller the grass gets, it's so difficult to get that club through into the ball. Hopefully, Kshitij Naved Kaul has an idea or two how to get it out of there.
He would have learned a thing or two from Arjun's shot and will definitely not leave it. But it seems that he's also not really executed it
I think that's
in a satisfactory fashion. To be honest.
In a way, I'd say that's a pretty wise shot as you try to bump and run. Pitched it short of the green, let it release, and you hope when you hit a bump and run like that aggressively that some of the slope of the edge of the green will catch the ball. But indeed, it didn't. So Kshitij would have a lot of work to do to save his par here on the first. Udayan Mane coming up now from about 50 feet away for his birdie on the first.
Udayan would have had to wait quite a while for the other two players while they were sort of contemplating what to do and executing their shots. Just for the ones watching, I would tell you this is a little bit of flavor of what it feels like playing with me. You keep waiting for your turn, and by the time it comes around, you feel you aged.
That's a pretty good putt effort there by Udayan.
Fantastic putt. Snuggled it up.
Hopefully he hasn't grayed too much waiting for the other two players.
Yes, I hope not. Otherwise, he could end up looking like me.
I mean, even though you've said what you did, you're the only one who's grayed around here, though.
That's what I say.
Even though I was waiting.
I guess I didn't make you wait long enough, my friend. But that's what they say. You think too much, and in the end, the only one that is really getting trouble is yourself. Golf is supposed to be a reaction game. Just look at the ball, hit it, and walk to the next hole.
I shall remind you that when you go to play the qualifying school,
as Happy Gilmore used to say.
I think I'm going to message you that every day, and I think that should be your chant as well.
Yes. I'll be remembering your name on each shot, not to land up in the vegetation.
You should probably take one of those malas and do it 108 times over before you tee off.
React,
see the ball, see the flag, hit it.
If I do a lot of that, I'll get thrown off the golf course.
It'll be nice to actually have your son as your caddy so that he can tell you that it's about time, buddy.
I think he's growing wiser by the day. I think he'll realize that what he thought was a good shot was actually not. I don't think he's going to be too impressed as he grows up.
Arjun with a big putt attempt for par here, coming from a similar location as did M. Dharma earlier today.
I think that's a brilliant putt, to be honest.
Yes, pretty good effort.
Sort of limiting the damage here, just dropping a shot and getting on to the next tree. The whole. My thought is that.
Could you just say getting on to the next tree?
That's
what is he, Mowgli?
when you speak for so long, sometimes your mind sort of disconnects and your tongue sort of just goes on its own way, and you realize, oh my God, the next one is not a tree. Well, it could be. You never know.
You're just really missing nature today, aren't you?
Well,
vegetation, vegetables, and trees and whatnot is what you're seeing.
All this goes with the territory. Faux pas are a part of live commentary. We have no script. We have no, theme of the day. We have to just make it up as we go along. Kshitij, on the other hand, does have a theme. He has to get this ball in the hole. It's very clear. Do not be dropping any shots early in the day.
The theme of his golf swing, though, is...
if you drop too many, then you might find yourself climbing up a tree. Well, I've seen that, I'd like to tell you about an instance where in amateur golf, I remember Mr. H.S. Kung is not too happy with one of the putts, and I don't know, I think he was handing the club to the caddy, and I say that as a euphemism, and it somehow landed up on the tree. He'd like to remember that if he's watching our broadcast. A very good morning to you, Mr. Kung. coffee now, instead of black. What do you lactose intolerant or what? ये भी अभी बात करेंगे लगाओ
Unfortunately, that's too many drop shots there for our friend Kshitij Naveed Kaul on the first hole. Not the best first attempt and not the best second as well. He'll have a lot of work to do as he moves along. Now dropping to 8 under par, 4 shots away from Arjun Sharma. Although Arjun Sharma himself will be dropping a shot and going to 11 under par to join his friend Uday Anmani at 11.
The thought that would be running through Udayan's mind is that maybe you don't always have to win a tournament. Maybe just let the others lose it. If you drop a lot of shots.
I think it's too early to say, who's going to do what today. I think I shall wait till about the 7th or the 8th hole to really see, which way is this tournament going, to be sure. But definitely, Arjun Sharma has just dropped 1 shot so far, and the second, third, fourth, and the way Arjun is playing, I think he's got plenty birdies up his sleeve.
Seems like you're saying all the right things in the morning, but the way I see it, if Kshitij is trailing the leader by 2 shots and you sort of drop 2 shots straight away, you find yourself 4 shots behind. That's not the best thing that you could do. Is you almost shoot yourself out of the tournament. You always have to find a way of limiting the damage, but we've seen that players can come back from a double or a triple on the first hole, but it does prove difficult. As we have Rahul trying to navigate opening his coffee early in the morning.
100. What a magical number. It's both a milestone and your new starting point. It's about racing hearts and thrilling minds. It shows your passion for perfection. The go-getter, the showstopper, the podium topper. 100 says you've come a long way, but this is just the beginning, because 100 fuels you ahead towards your wildest imagination. Buckle up to experience the magic of 100. XP100, the X Factor for your tank. India's first and leading 100-octane premium petrol.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, 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 तू मेरा फ्यूल हो।
सड़कों से सरहदों तक, पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल। इंडियन ऑयल।
This is what I was talking about. You're looking at the things that shouldn't matter. Yesterday you were looking at OB lines. OB which no one had ever seen. Instead of Arjun Sharma taking off now on the second hole, looking to make amends going forward. Although not much of a drop for our friend here, just about gone from solo lead to a tie for the lead. Shouldn't be too bad.
Kshitij, now let's see how he is able to bounce back from that drop shot. But flag pin position on the second is a lot more inviting. It's on the left-hand side of the green, so
Kshitij almost appears like he's got like multiple checkpoints that he's trying to check in his practice move. It's really a very, very meticulous. And looking at 30 seconds that a player gets to hit the golf ball, you think you can take care of so many things at the same time in 30 seconds?
I'm pretty certain I can't, but I'm sure that he...
No, but really speaking, any human being can.
He's a lot more proficient. I think he would be putting in the hard yards on the range. If you have a technique which is out of the ordinary, I'm sure that he's a very hard worker as well. So he would have these points really narrowed down to the tee. and would be almost like second nature to him. It's like one of those ticks that we have before a swing that you sort of, help you to get into the position. So for him, it would feel pretty natural. I reckon that he spends a lot of time hitting golf balls.
Well,
For
some
sure.
amount of good news here for Sunit Bishnoi as news is beginning to flow in. Sunit starting with a 7 on the first, not a 6. My apologies. Triple bogey on the first hole. Seems like he must have taken a penalty drop out there in the rough, and par on the second hole. So he made that 15-footer for his par save, and then a birdie on the third hole. So, trying to control the amount of damage that's happening out there, and a pretty decent shot over here, finding the putting surface, although a little bit far away, but still finding the putting surface. And there's another golf ball there, which has gone left and long on this fourth hole, making it a difficult up and down leave for themselves.
A lot of players having trouble on the first. Kshitij, in fact, making a 7, not a 6, so he's dropped 3 shots on the first also. I feel Arjun would not be feeling too bad with a bogey. If you hit a bad shot and walk away with bogey, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world.
I think Arjun's ball also, over the green, it was in really thick, leafy kind of grass, as you said, vegetation. And from there, probably to get enough club on the ball would have been a difficult task. So I think, 5 on the first hole isn't the worst byproduct of a bad shot. So I think I'd just leave it at that. And the third definitely will give him an opportunity. And he definitely has the accuracy that he can use it on that hole. Well, these players seem to be walking towards the left side of the green. Is there a party out there?
Yeah, no, the kinds that you'd want to join in the bunker, you'd rather be on the party on the green. But I think that's Udyan Mane there. I'm not too sure if he is in the bunker. It's just shy.
It seems to be short-siding themselves quite a bit. Well, I guess that's the price you have to pay for being a little bit aggressive.
Is that a bunker to the front of that green, or do you have?
No, there's no bunker there to the front of the green. I think, well, maybe there is a new one. It seems like there's a bunker there on the front where Kshitij has found himself. And as you can tell, imagine the pin being there, where somewhere in the line of where Udyan is right now, and you start going at it. The next thing that you know, it almost looks like the flag is inside the bunker itself.
Yeah, I think that's something that can be done for fun rounds to confuse the members, just for fun. As they say, that's the Greenkeeper's Revenge tournament, where they put all type of impediments. Now, this will be very interesting to note how he navigates this call shot. It's just
short-sighted himself, so he's going to have to get this ball up quite high and drop it soft onto the green. There's very less amount of space there, and as we know, these greens are tending to get harder and harder. So let's see what Udyan can produce. Will he be able to produce the kind of touch that we just saw from Yuvraj? Kshitij also is in a spot there. And hopefully we can see some superb shot game from these gentlemen.
Seems like Kshitij now with call is first to go.
Yeah, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has started with 3 pars on the first 3 holes to remain at 9 under par.
It's a good start, although he would have liked to make a birdie on the third, but can't win them all, as they say. Decent shot by Kshitij, but leaving it short. That would be about 8 feet for par. Not quite getting the kind of roll that one would have expected coming out of that bunker. Now we have a look at Udyan, and you can well be assured that this ball will roll a lot coming out from that thick grass, so to speak.
He's flopped that one up, and looks like he's done a very good job of it.
Yeah, brilliant shot by Udyan. Judging that to perfection, and would be able to save his par. I think that's the most important thing at this point in time for Udyan and Arjun, is to just make a couple of pars. Anybody who's in the lead and who's not quite trailing.
I think players getting through the first 5 holes in about 1 under par are in really good shape going forward. As the 6th opens up, the 7th's a par 5, the 8th is a pretty straightforward par 4, because after your tee shot, you'll have a wedge in, and you could really attack the green on that one. Then you have the 9th, which is another par 5, and after that, the next hole where you sort of have to get cautious on is the 10th hole.
Seems to be quite a precarious lie. I'm not quite sure if he's at the edge or the bunker.
Just about touching the edge of the bunker, and should be fine though, as he's got enough room there. And it's not too deep on that side, so it's not really an awkward position, but he'll be left with an awkward 10-footer there to save his par.
That came to a rather quick halt as we have a look at Yuvraj in that location that has already seen a lot of traffic towards the left of the flag side.
Seems like a touch over aggressive there with his tee shot, but nonetheless, that's a pretty decent effort there. 5 feet now for par for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. And Tangaraja displaying his splendid shot game here on the 4th hole. And just like a taparoo for him now.
That's the best thing to have is a tap-in putt.
Hey, that reminds me, where is our friend Taparoo, Tappy Guy? We haven't seen him around playing golf tournaments for the last couple of weeks, have we?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think we saw him a couple of weeks ago. Maybe, we can check up if he did tee up this week.
Hey, that's a really, really good par there for Arjun Sharma, steadying his ship. That should give him a little bit of confidence going into the next few holes. Players do need that kind of a break every now and then, just to sort of, break the monotony of what might be happening in sort of the energy of the group, that the way it might be going.
So it seems that Tappy did not tee it up this week. I'm not too certain about the reason for the same. As you have a look at Yuvraj, I think this part is very crucial that he holds this.
I would completely agree with that, just to stay steady, and then 7th hole onwards, players start to attack, and that's what it is. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, easy peasy there for him.
Yeah, very affirmative sort of putt, assertive effort, and right in the center of the hole.
Kshitij Naved call for his par here on the 2nd.
Oh yes, that's a brilliant par by Kshitij. He'd feel nice about that, especially after that triple bogey on the 1st hole.
Halfway around the hole, but still in the hole. Udayan Mane really going through his processes there, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's a putt that he could probably drop in his sleep, but that's what shows you that he's meticulous and likes to treat each putt with a lot of respect, and that goes a long way in a career.
I have a feeling I'd be a way better putter when I'm in sleep than I would be when I'm awake.
I don't think that makes any sense, but just because, as they say, the words don't matter and the points don't matter, as they say. In whose line is it anyway? The points don't matter. Everybody can be a winner. So go on, my friend. Say anything that you want. It's all right.
What kind of a shot would you play on the 3rd hole? Would you hit a 3-wood?
I remember I used to hit a 3-wood for the green. That was my preferred choice of club.
I don't know why I feel like you're one of those who would be hitting an 8-iron towards the left side and then try to pitch it up onto the green from about 60 yards.
To be honest, I'm a little insulted at this point in time. I feel a little miffed by that. I was an aggressively medium player. Measured aggressive. Measured aggression, So that's what I knew that there was not much difficulty on the 3rd hole. I reckon that the trouble was on the left side, creek and short and right. So 3-wood would sort of negate all that and help me land up on the greens. The longer hitters used
What would you do for the top right flag where the flag is today?
I don't think I used to make it up to that tier with the 3-wood. I would just hit a 3-wood, get on the green, try and 2-putt it.
No, so you could drop that 3-wood on the green on this little, only 10 yards long green, and then stop it on that as well.
That's what
While you think that these players over here are compressing it well enough with their irons, but not being able to stop the ball. But your 3-wood definitely could be stopping.
When you're coming in with
it drops like a butterfly, your 3-wood, doesn't it?
When you're coming in with a longer club and you're not hitting it that far, so you can hit a fade into the green.
All right then. A little fade into the green, just drop it softly.
These are the details that matter, my friends.
Another good shot here on the 4th hole.
I think that's the best that we've seen. thus far we've seen players actually venturing off the left-hand side when trying to attack that flag. So measured to perfection there.
You must have hit that golf ball just like you would have hit your 3-wood on the third.
Yes, maybe he's heard me out on the golf course. Let's have a look at.
Mithun Pereira.
Not quite visible. His shirt is blending in perfectly with the background. If only I'd known I could wear that when the referees were around.
I think Mithun's golf ball could drop really soft. Yes, that it did. Well, touch,
A little too
touch.
soft.
Yeah, but a touch short, maybe about 2-3 more yards would have helped. Well, that's one more thing, right? So when you have a weak left-hand grip, you can really not let that club turn over, and you can really drop the golf ball pretty soft. So that can play as an advantage in some places, especially over here.
Mithun always would be using about a club or more than maybe sometimes even 2 clubs more than his playing partners.
Mind you, the last time I played with Mithun, I remember he was just coming off a flight and he had played no practice round. We were playing a tournament at the ITC, and so we were playing the first round. We teed off from the 10th hole, and he didn't make it to pretty much any green on that back nine. Okay, in regulation, but he did not even walk up to any flag to check what the yardage was. But he made every up and down. Can you imagine that? Like, that's the amount of confidence and that's the amount of depth perception that man has. No yardaging, nothing. Just takes his wedge and sticks it up close. As we look at Yashas Chandra, trying to stick it up close with that putter, and does a fairly good job of that. And that ball wants to come back into the hole. Is there a magnet in there for Yashas?
As they say, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. So what he was not given in terms of driving distance, he was obviously bestowed by his exemplary short game skills.
Another down at the bottom of the leaderboard as we see tie at 22 position. Dhruv Shoran and Gaurav Pratap Singh both getting off to identical starts at 3 under par with birdies on the 11th and birdies on 14th as well as on the 15th holes. Good start for these gentlemen. Mukesh Kumar also at 2 under par through the first 6 holes of his round.
What would you say the difficult first 6 holes are the real difficult holes here, and you have the third hole, which is a relatively easy birdie hole. But if you can get through the first 6 holes, then it's pretty easy from there on. And you have the 7th, the 9th, a lot of par 5s, short par 4s. Not really any, maybe apart from the 17th, you don't really have 10th and the 17th. Not many difficult holes where you expect to drop a shot once you get through that stretch.
I think even on the 5th hole, it's still the 5th hole's tee shot. If your tee shot on the 5th hole is fine, then I think your second shot is a fairly easy one, and you could still give yourself another birdie opportunity over there. And Amrit Lal, I think
that's left him befuddled. That looked in
left me
all the
befuddled
way.
as well.
Yeah, that looked in all the way just at the last moment. Just ended up skirting the hole. Maybe he can wait up and then the ball rolls in.
But I definitely think till the 5th hole's tee shot, things are pretty tight out here, and thereafter things become a little more easy. There we have him with his left hand weak grip. Mithun Pereira, exemplary shot game is what he's got.
Not this time though. Not his best effort running that about 3.5, 4 feet by. Om Prakash Chauhan really coming out of that one. Not his best effort. Flaring that out to the right. Very unique characteristics of this golf course, Dig Boy Golf Links. There's none other like this in the entire country. A lot of history, a lot of heritage. And the association with the Professional Golf Tour of India has been rock solid. This tournament has happened each year, and it is a tour, and the players owe a lot of their professional golfing success to this particular tournament. It's a stop that a lot of the players look forward to. It's unique. It's a lot of travel to get to here, but it's a very enjoyable week indeed. And the players all get to stay together at one of the places here, the guest houses, and it's an enjoyable experience for all involved. As we have a look at Dharma M. I am currently at 8 under par for the tournament, 3 shots behind Udyan Mane and Arjun Sharma, who are tied atop the leaderboard. The duo is at 11 under par. Udyan, obviously a multiple winner, has won over 5 tournaments, I think 6 tournaments on the PGTI, and quite a few on the trot as well. The previous year when he ended up playing the Olympics and qualified for the Olympics by virtue of his many victories on the PGTI and assimilated a lot of world ranking points for the same. Arjun is yet to win on tour, but has had a runner-up finish this year. Dharma, with that birdie putt, would move to 9 under par and inching ever closer to the leaders. Mithun now for this putt to save his par. Doesn't really take much time. Brilliant putt by Mithun, saving his par on hole number 4. Pawan Kumar. Pawan has been a professional for a long time, well over a decade and a half, and he's improved steadily. Was never one of the better players when he started off. Used to struggle a lot, but I think over the years, with a lot of practice and improvisation, he's turned himself into a top 30 player. So really kudos to him for that. And let's have a look at hole number 6. Yasha's there, just coming out for the rough. That shot that we saw just scooted off over the back of the green. Playing. My apologies, that was Alap IL from the left-hand rough, playing alongside Jairaj Singh Sandhu and Kalin Joshi, who's on our screens now. Kalin Joshi, a proficient ball striker. Hitting a really good shot here in at hole number 6.
Well, that should give him a very realistic birdie opportunity here on the 6th hole. Coming up now onto this 6th green is Jairaj Singh Sandhu. What a beautiful shot there by Jairaj, coming up from the left side of that fairway. Superb effort. Some really good shots here on the 6th hole by this group of players. Payal, of course, has a little bit more work to do from the top right of the green. And nonetheless, he still has a putt for birdie. This golf course here at the Dick Boy Golf Links is a par 72, panning over 6,348 yards. An iconic golf course, the Dick Boy Golf Links. In fact, there's a lot of history that surrounds this golf course. 1948 was the first veranda of the clubhouse, which came up using bamboo and tarpaulin. So a lot of history that stays, and they're very proud of it indeed. In 2010, there was lighting that was provided in the first and the sixth fairways for players to be able to finish up their rounds. Thereafter, very important. In 2018, the Twin Pond made across the sixth fairway and erected the Rhino structure made of scrap material. So each and every year, the Dick Boy Golf Club adding something or the other. In 2021, a new driving range with a clubhouse was constructed near the holding pond, and in 2022, the Dick Boy Golf Academy has been established. Alapayal not wasting any time there, getting ready for his putt. The ball breaks a little bit from the right to the left towards the end of this putt. A pretty good speed control there by Alapayal. Steady 4 there for Alap. Colin Joshi now will be putting for birdie, but 12 feet away. A superb attempt from the fairway. Good shot here. Not really the best of his efforts. Colin Joshi, who's started with a par on the first, a bogey on the second, and a birdie on the third hole, going on to make a par here on the sixth. Sunit Bishnoi, who's reached the sixth hole himself, going with the big stick. Bishnoi has made another birdie here on the fifth hole now, and is down to 1 over par for the day after the triple bogey on the first hole. Is back to 8 under par. Are you doing some good stuff there, is Sunit Bishnoi? It seems like a man to be looking out for. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, also making a birdie on the fifth hole, has moved up to 10 under par, just one shot away from the leaders. Om Prakash Chauhan making birdies on 3, 4 and 5. Also up to 9 under par now. A three-way tie at 9 under par between Om Prakash Chauhan, N. Thangaraja and M. Dharma. So we take a look now at Yuvraj going with a fairway metal here on the sixth hole. Thangaraja, a confident swinger off the big stick. You can be sure he'll always find his way into the fairway. Seems to be playing a Bridgestone driver. A less number of players that we see playing out these. And Thangaraja, one of them. Fourth hole has swallowed another player's ball here into the bunker. Leader Udayan Mane now taking on that tee shot. Kshitij Naved call also making a birdie on the third hole, although the triple bogey on the first is still yet to be evened out. One birdie on the third, still 2 over par for the day. Om Prakash Chauhan gaining himself into pole position, moving into the par 5 7th hole now. And then Mane playing steady with 3 pars on the first 3 holes, going on here for the 4th holes. Tee shot, and he misses it in a very similar spot to what Yuvraj missed it in earlier today. Arjun Sharma, who's currently at 1 over par, still leading the tournament at 11 under along with Udayan. Servo world-class lubricants is the one that comes forth, the Indian Oil Company, to bring together the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf Tournament here at the Digboy Golf Links. Prize purse of 75 lakh rupees this year. What a great shot there by Arjun. Coming up just a touch short. Should be on the fringe of the green. No problem there for him. Not too far away from the flagstick. Kshitij Naved Kaul has, of course, made his way into the back bunker over here. So he will have a lot of work to do from that position. OP Chauhan there trying to make the most of that birdie attempt, but coming up about 2 rolls short.
You're at the par 5, hole number 7. I think this is where the birdie country starts. 7th, 9th, 11th.
Absolutely.
The 12th as well. The 13th, 14th. Many birdie holes coming up for these players. If players are on top of their striking game, I think this golf course would be really easy for them. But it's one of those things that it can really, the score really turns out according to your ball striking. There's no medium rounds here, so if you're not really on top of that ball striking game, then even pars are difficult here because the fairways are lined with thick rough on either side and also bush where you can't quite find your ball, let alone play it. As we have a look here at Yuvraj, hole number 6. That familiar free-flowing swing. Yuvraj currently at 10 under par, and here reeling off another brilliant shot at hole number 6. Should be looking to make that birdie and move to 11 under par. So Yuvraj now stepping on the gas. And Thangaraja Also having a good day thus far at 1 under par for the day. And Thangaraj also a long driver of the ball, coming in with what appears to be a sandwich. Should be a fairly straightforward shot for Thanga. Not quite sure where that is landed up. Maybe to the left of the green. Suneet now. Suneet has also recovered really beautifully after that triple. He's birdied the third, then he birdied the fifth. And now looking to birdie the sixth hole here after a blistering drive in the center of the fairway and hitting a beautiful shot. So leaving himself all of 4.5, 5 feet for birdie. Look at some of the other scores thus far on the final day. And for those of you who are just joining us, I'd like to tell you that we're live at the IndianOil Servo Masters Golf 2022 being played at Digboy Golf Links here in Digboy. The prize fund on offer this year is a handsome rupees 75 lakh with over 12 lakh going to the winner. So there's a lot to play for. The players have 3 more tournaments to play up till the final tournament of the year, which is the season-ending Tour Championship. Apologies, they have 2 more tournaments. The Dream Valley Wooty Masters for 1 crore being played at Hyderabad. That was going to be played the next week, as Arjun came up a little short for his birdie there. Then you have the SSP Chaurasia Invitational for 1 CR and the season-ending Tata Steel Tour Championship for 3 CR. And the defending champion of that tournament is Udayan Mane. So it's a good time for him to be getting into the thick of things, and a perfect time to find his form, because these are the tournaments that all of the players want to play well at and get into the top 60, as the top 60 players are exempt and get a start into the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2022. We'll also have a look at the order of merit and how things will shape up there. Currently at 68th position is Sukra Bahadur Rai from Nepal, sitting in at 4,62,000. That figure is bound to increase. Probably reach somewhere closer to 7 lakh, if not more, maybe there and thereabout for the 60th position. So shows you that with the help of sponsors and governments and associates, partners, the players have benefited. This year, looks like it'll be the highest gross earning for the number 1 on PGTI. Currently, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu sits at 51 lakh, and I reckon the winner, whoever does win, does emerge as number 1, would have at least earned 80 lakh in prize money. So that's a very heartening sign that Indian golf is on the up and up, as we have a look at Kshitij here. Second on the order of merit is Manu Gandas at 50,02,000, trailing Yuvraj by a little over 1 lakh. Ajitesh Sandhu has not played that much on the PGTI, but has had fantastic finishes whenever he has played. Sits in at 49 lakh. Karandeep Kochar at 4th position, a distant 16 lakhs behind at 33 lakh. So, for all intents and purposes, it looks like a 3-way challenge between Yuvraj, Manu and Ajitesh, but Ajitesh is not at the field this week, so Yuvraj and Manu can definitely increase upon their lead. And from the looks of things, it looks like it might become a 2-horse race. Manu has this year, not missed a single cut. That's a really impressive feat, given that the cuts on the PGTI have been very competitive and most of them going at level par or better. This week the cut was called at 1 over par. Just to give you a little bit of context, when I was playing my first professional season back in 2007, as we have a look at Yuvraj, who has made another birdie to move to 11 under par. Fantastic effort. When I played my first season, the cut was here called at 12 over par because it was a very difficult golf course, and not many players could quite navigate it the way they are now. So it just shows you how the standard of golf has improved. It's almost a short a year. We're seeing a bunching up on top of the leaderboard. A lot of players able to shoot low numbers. Just to bring that into perspective, if you have a look at somebody like Sukrab Bahadur Rai, we've seen him on top of leaderboards. We saw him do well in Panchkula, but you still find him in 60th position. Udyan Mane is sitting at 59th position, and here he is leading the tournament. So, and what has happened? There's not really a skew as it used to be earlier on. You'd have have a lot of players who are struggling, then just a few players who could shoot these low numbers. Now you have these very high pedigree players who are able to shoot these deep numbers, still finding themselves a lot lower on the order of merit, because you have to shoot maybe at least 5 or 7, 8 under par a week to maybe try to land up in the top 20, if not more, to be honest. You have Harshjeet Singh Sethi, SSP Chaurasia, Tapi Ghai, Mari Muthu, Gaurav Pratap Singh, who we've seen week in, week out. Gaurav Pratap Singh has played 15 tournaments this year and made 11 cuts, so has been very consistent, but unfortunately has not had a top 10 finish. He finds himself in 54th. As you have a look at Udyan here at hole number 5, would be looking to hit a left to right fade. Yeah, seems to be happy with that one. It's perfect drive by Udyan. You have Alap IL at 53rd. So all these players who find themselves between 50 to 60 would be hoping to make sure that they do keep raking up the prize money, as they don't want to find themselves on the other side of the top 60, because they would end up missing. They would end up losing their card, and to add insult to injury, you don't even get to play the final season-ending event. So that's a tournament that these players really do hope to play. If I'm not wrong, even the last, there would be 60 plus a few in white. So even the last place position would earn maybe in the vicinity over about 1.5 lakh or closer to 2 lakhs. So you can well imagine the amount of prize money, with the winner taking home over 50 lakh, maybe about 54, 55 lakh. So just shows you the kind of prize fund, 50 lakh approximately, the kind of prize fund that is on offer that week. Mithun there coming up on hole number 6. That's a good shot by him. We have a look at the order of Maniram Sharma, the veteran on tour, is at 49th position. So these are the players who are comfortably inside. Vikrant Chopra, who's played 16 tournaments, find himself in 48th position. And also then we have a look at the players who are outside looking in. That is the group that really wants to make a move on these last few tournaments to ensure that they are able to secure their playing rights for the next year and also land up in the season ender. Jairat Singh Sandhu finds himself at 61st position. Rohan Dhole, Patel, Sarthik Chibbar, Samar Dwivedi, the good ball striker from Gurugram, Ankur Chadda, promising youngster. Surprising to see him at 66th position, and he's not made the cut this week either. So this shows you the level of competition that is there currently on the PGTI. Adil Bedi, that's a surprising entry at number 68. A very promising young player from Chandigarh, also a winner on tour, but after having suffered that wrist injury, things have not been quite the same for him. I'm certain that he'll find form sooner rather than later. Trishul Chinnappa also at 70th. Sudhir Sharma a lot of pedigree in those names. Mukesh Kumar, I'm certain that he's won so many tournaments. He has a lot of exemptions. As we have a look at Jairaj here at hole number 7, just about missing that putt. Anurag Rohana, who is seeing is doing rather well this week, finds himself at number 78. So gives you an idea how important this week would be for him. Go back to the leaderboard to have a look at how things are turning out thus far. Here we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu in a familiar position, leading the tournament at 11 under par, tied alongside Udin Mane, Arjun Sharma. It's turning out to be a very, very interesting battle for the numero uno position. Trailing the leaders is Om Prakash Chauhan at 9 under par. There's a quartet of players, Suneet, Om Prakash, Thangaraja and Pavan Kumar, all of them at 9 under par. Further adrift at 8 under par. Akshay Sharma really coming in hot, 2 under par after 9 holes, 8 under for the tournament. He's tied alongside 5 players, Yashas Chandra, Jairaj Sandhu, M. Dharma and Kshitij Navidkol. So all of these players in with a realistic shot at victory. And for the outside chance, I feel the players who are currently 4 shots behind, namely the group that is Amrit Lal, Alap Ayal, Khalin Joshi and Mithun Pereira. As we go back to hole number 6, the par 4, here we have a look at M. Dharma, who is currently sitting at 8 under par and who's just bogeyed his previous hole, so would be looking to make amends here. Straightforward chip shot. Should turn a little to his left as it hits the green. Not his best effort. Will be left with another 4 feet in order to secure his par. Some of the other noteworthy performances on the golf course: Dhruv Sharan, Gaurav Pratap Singh, both of them 3 under par for their rounds. Vikrant Chopra currently at level par and 4 under for the tournament. As we have a look at Kshitij Navidkol trying to navigate that tricky lie here at hole number 6. We'll have a look at Udin Mane right in the center of the fairway. Pawan would have got a good read of Dharma's shot. It's a decent effort, ensuring his par. Well, it looks a little towards the lower end on the leaderboard. We have Sarthik Chibbar at 1 under for the day. 2 under now. 1 under for the tournament. Pukhraj Singh Gill, so 2 under for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Yeah, have a look at Mithun here, coming up with his birdie effort on hole number 6. Oh, unfortunate to have missed that. Good putt by Mithun. Sachin Bisoya also 2 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Arjun Bhati 2 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Yeah, but I think we're doing a lot more Catch your breath. Lining up that putt now. Seems like a benign, harmless putt, but he still is going through the motions, opting to keep the flag inside. Something that I wouldn't quite prescribe, to be honest, on this short putt. But every player has his own method. Seems like the flag rather comes in the way, to be honest.
You wouldn't prescribe it? What are you, a golf doctor?
Hey man, get off my back. try to do a serious job here, Rahul.
Serious job, of course.
There you go. The
It
flag
seems
is
like
actually-
it's all right for Pawan Kumar to be keeping that flag in.
Mithun there, taking the flag out. There you go, Mithun Da. Not having the flag in the hole. Assertive putt by Mithun to save his par.
Mane there with a good attempt. As we can tell now, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has joined the lead with 2 birdies on the 5th and the 6th. Three-way tie atop that leaderboard at 11 under par between Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Udayan Mane and Arjun Sharma. Arjun Sharma now on the 5th hole, putting for birdie here. Superb shot there by Karthik Digvijay Singh. Back to Arjun. Oh wow, what a putt there by Arjun Sharma. Making a birdie here on the 5th hole to go into solo lead at 12 under par. Udayan Mane saving a par here again on the 5th hole, keeping himself steady at 11 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan at 9 under par currently, with birdies on hole number 3, 4 and 5. As the leader group now moves into the 6th hole. We have some sportsmanship there from Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, clapping away for his fellow playing partner, coming up to within 6 feet of the flag, Sunit Bishnoi. Now on our screen, Sunit is a little bit further away for his birdie attempt. Third playing partner, Aintanga Raja, making his way up onto the green now well within 6 feet to save his par. Raj appears to be chipping for eagle here on the 7th hole. So the 7th hole is a par 5 with a tiny dog leg towards the right side. Tee shot has to be aimed a touch towards the left side from the tee box, and then it's pretty straightforward shot into the green. Pretty flat out green, this one. Not too much of a tabletop happening over here. See Yuvraj, very good chip again, leaving himself just about a foot and a half for his birdie on the 7th. Arjun keeping it nice and simple. So we take a look at Udayan Mane now, who's made 5 pars in a row to begin his day. The first 5 holes, and I think it's the start of what will be a birdie fest here on from the 6th hole onwards. Akshay Sharma getting off to another solid start with 2 under par on that scorecard through the front nine. Now at 8 under par for the tournament. Yashash Chandra also at 1 under par and a total of 8 under par for the tournament. Jairaj Singh Sandhu with 2 bogeys early on and 2 birdies in the 5th and the 6th holes to be at 8 under par for the tournament as well. So just 4 shots adrift are these gentlemen, which is definitely not very far from the lead at 12 under par. And to the 9th hole now is a player here who has reached up to the right side of the first cut in 2. Yashash Chandra coming up from the left rough here onto the 9th hole, hitting his second shot. Seems like he's taken it on with a big stick off the tee box. Coming up from the rough, the ball will roll a lot, although there is a big uphill going into the green from just about 50 yards short onwards, so the roll of the ball can be controlled if he pitches the ball within that slope. The thing with the rough is that everything depends on how much of the club can the player get onto the ball, and Yashash Chandra getting enough club on the ball. Pretty good shot there for Yashash, coming up well within 20 feet for an eagle here on the 9th hole. This ball is going to break a lot from the right to the left and a touch uphill.
That's what they say the best walk in golf is when you know you have a 2-putt for birdie. What are these players going with driver, right? That's the change that we were discussing yesterday. That
I think this level of players are really thinking about 1 putt for an eagle, not 2 putts for a birdie, Shaurya.
Why do you have to try and cut me off in everything I say, Rahul? Going back to the more important discussion, we've seen that the players are going with the driver. So what kind of carry that does a player require to actually be able to pull that off? I know the comfortable carry is 290, but can a player who's carrying a 270 really go with the driver on this hole?
I think you can. You basically need about a 280 odd yard drive to be able to get past that creek. That's why you will see a lot of players on the left side, because the creek actually bends a little bit towards the right, so makes it tougher from the right side to carry. Although also the tee box aligns in a particular manner, so that could be one of the other cases.
Not quite sure if I can spot that tree that used to be an impediment towards trying to go for the green in 2. I remember there was a creek next to the creek. There was a big tree. Is it still there, or? Not quite certain if you can spot it. That was one of the big factors that used to stop players trying to go over that burn in 1.
Leader Arjun Sharma coming up with his second shot on the 6th hole now.
Flaring it out to the right.
Well, that's all right. Ball still on the dance floor. He'll still have a putt for birdie, although a long range one at that.
Let's see if it is going to be 2 to tango on the dance floor, and a birdie for Arjun Sharma to add to his tally of birdies. He just made a birdie in the last hole. We have a look at Kshitij now's goal. That's a big drive here on hole number 6.
As far as I know, Kshitij is a big driver of the golf ball, isn't he?
That's the whole point of a big drive. But that is really way out there. We've seen a lot of players, but not many that have landed up this close. And OddVision obviously possesses a lot of power, but maybe nothing more than 65 yards for OddVision here.
I think OddVision's going to try to get this ball quite close to the hole. 65 yards. I mean, I remember my shortest shot on this hole was probably a full 110-yard sand wedge. Not sure that'd be 65 yards. But like I said, he would definitely be looking to attack here on, because the first 5 holes are gone now, and the 6th onward starts the birdie festival out here.
To be honest, like if you talk more distances, if you're saying you had 110, 115, and you in your heyday would probably carry the drive about 280 on your good days.
Yeah, about that much on
about
average.
280. So we're talking about 280 good drive. Maybe give another 15 yards or roll 295. But OddVision he's able to carry the drive good, about 305.
I think the guys who are hitting at 305 plus yards are not going to be able to take this hole on with the driver, because they'll land up into the creek. I think the creek's the one which is at about 50 odd yards from the green. So I really don't think that I really haven't seen anyone hitting a pitch onto this green. This is a long enough hole actually. Let me just confirm the yardage of this hole. This is definitely not the shortest hole on the planet. No, not the longest either. 373 yards.
So you're talking about, like I said, 65 yards. So that would have been somewhere thereabouts. And you said your longest shot was 115. So you were only driving at 270, my friend. Are you trying to fool us here? Huh? Is that what you're trying to do? Mislead our audience into believing you were some sort of hot shot?
You remember that when you played with me, you had to actually make a trunk call to me to ask me whether you could get a free drop or not.
Yeah, it's not a vote of confidence to tell our viewers that you're hitting it longer than me. I think even our commentating staff would have been doing that.
It could have meant either way.
Yes, my friend.
It's just the way you took it.
I think we're trying to.
You fell into this one as well.
Yeah, I think we're trying to obfuscate the facts now. When we look back, as they say, history is a little hazy, and we have a look at M. Dharma, who finds himself
back of the green here on the 7th hole.
Spot of bother.
Not too bad though.
Not sure that long hitting prowess can help him here. Definitely doesn't want to be hitting it 65 yards from here.
Well, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is giving company to Arjun Sharma now atop that leaderboard at 12 under par with 3 birdies from the 5th to the 7th.
But I'll tell you one thing, Arjun Sharma wants to be left alone. He doesn't want any company there and probably the leaderboard.
There is company now, and these gents will have to take care of that, while Udayan Mane has primed himself up for a birdie attempt here on the 6th hole, well at about 8 feet away from the flag.
What I'm most impressed with is Sunit Bishnoi, how he's able to come back from that triple bogey. I mean, he's a real fighter.
That's impressive to say the least.
He's turned that around, and he's in red numbers and just trailing the leaders by 2. So
absolutely, that really is probably one of the best comebacks we've seen in a very long time, and that didn't take too much of time either.
Really backing himself up. I really like to see a player really not really unfazed by whatever happened on hole number 1.
Oh, probably just that just motivated him to do better, and I think that really is very impressive. In fact, I'd have a lot more. What a putt there by Arjun Sharma. I think I have a lot of appreciation for players who actually fall down and sort of like pick themselves back up, and quick ones at that, like Sunit. And I remember in 2006, Tiger Woods actually wasn't number 1 in iron striking. Neither was he number 1 in driving accuracy, but what he was number 1 in was scrambling, and that really goes to show that, and that was by far one of the best years of Tiger Woods.
Yes, you have to make it work no matter what the circumstances, and I think Sunit has definitely picked a leaf out of that book. He's just fantastic the way he's been able to come back on hole number 5, 6, and 7, capitalize on those par 4s and then the par 5. And now he has a very real opportunity to try and compete for this tournament.
Absolutely does, especially going into now the 9th hole, which is the par 5.
It's a straightforward putt for Udayan. I think one of the easier putts on these kind of greens. If you have a downhill putt, it's definitely easier than one that is uphill, because you don't have to contend with the grain that much. The ball sort of tends to roll more consistently, as it has done on this instance, and that would move him up to 12 under par. Now we have a 3 to tango on top of the leaderboard.
Kshitij Naved closing out that 6th hole with a 4.
See a lot of that. Kshitij always scampering to the next hole. Is that a telling sign?
Absolutely.
I saw him doing that a few times yesterday as well.
Amrit Lal not having the best time with his putter, even though he's putting himself into really pole positions today on a lot of holes. Has made only 1 birdie so far on the 4th hole, par 3, Amrit Lal there, closing out on the 9th. Om Prakash Chauhan seeming to have a few pensive moments here on the 9th green. Just a touch left of it. He definitely has an all the way uphill chip shot or a bunker shot over here. Good news from that angle is that he'll be able to stop the ball as quick as he likes. They opened one more property. That's a superb shot there by Om Prakash Chauhan, really using his short game prowess and his experiences off the golf course to make the most of it. And that'll be very much primed up for a birdie attempt here for OP Chauhan to get to 10 under par for the tournament.
Was able to put some spin on that as well.
You think that 15 and 16 under par looking way more realistic now than they did yesterday?
Yeah, I thought it would eventually get to that. I think 15 might still be the number. 16 may be an upper limit, although the back nine does give these players opportunities to make birdies. But I think the prime front runner still, in my mind, is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Just given the fact that he doesn't quite let up when he's making birdies. He goes from strength to strength. Obviously, the chasing pack is... I earlier on had touted Om Prakash Chauhan as one of the players, and he still could be that. He's also made 3 birdies on the trot. I'm seeing that there seems to be a theme here. A lot of players, when they're doing well, they make a bunch of birdies.
A lovely putt there by Om Prakash Chauhan, making a birdie here on the 9th hole. For all of you who are just about joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final round coverage of the IndianOil Servo Masters Golf 2022. This is the 19th event of the 2022 Tata Steel PGTI season. And this is the most long-standing tournament here on the PGTI and on the domestic Indian circuits. IndianOil Servo Masters has a special place in the history of Indian professional golf. And this is the first time that it is being telecasted live, making it the flagship event of the northeast of India. And this tournament this week carries a prize purse of a whopping 75 lakh rupees. And on our screens now is Alap Ayal making a practice swing deliberately.
Isn't that what a practice swing is? Deliberate?
Not necessarily.
I would beg to differ, my friend, as we go into the back nine. This is where you excelled, right? The back nine of a tournament.
What is it that you want from me, Shaurya?
Not quite certain at this point in time. Just keep the commentary flowing. Tell us a little bit more about the shot. I think that's what I want you to tell us with your extensive experience.
Ideally, I think he should be playing the shot a touch towards the right center of the green, because the green does slope from the right to the left, and if he can pitch this in the right spot, especially just touch near the front edge of the green, this ball could really get very close to the hole.
What kind of club are we looking at?
We're looking, I think he's hitting something like to the effect of a 4-iron or a 3-iron over there.
He's done really well. To be just short of the green, we'll have a straightforward chip shot from there. Should be able to make his birdie.
Yeah, that's the thing. If he played a pretty good line, if that ball bounced up onto the green, it would have really come in within 20 feet of the flag location. Now, when he hits that chip, that ball's really going to turn almost a putter or two from the right to the left.
Seems like everybody in this group has gone with the driver of the tee.
I think so far, all of the groups that we have been following, we've seen that all of the players have gone for past that creek. I think probably Mithun will be the first player that we will see will be laying up, maybe even Pawan Kumar for that matter. And Jairaj Singh Sandhu, looks like he's taken that off pretty well, playing a little bit of a fade. They're coming away short. Looks like he's laid up for this one.
Well, a surprising shot. Not quite sure what he did there. Seems like a straightforward shot. Not quite sure why he would lay up from there. All 3 players now walking down towards the green. interesting proceedings thus far. For those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf 2022 being played at the Dick Boy Golf Links. Prize fund for this tournament is rupees 75 lakh. Currently leading the proceedings is the trio of Yuvraj, Arjun and Odyan at 12 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan and Yash Chandra at 11 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan has reeled off another few birdies and he's moved to 11 under par. Fantastic showing by him.
Om Prakash Chauhan seems to have no brake pedal today, does he? And Yashash Chandra, MS, also getting up to 11 under par with an eagle on the 7th hole and a birdie on the 9th. Not taking it easy, are these gentlemen. So within one shot of the lead now, we've got O.P. Chauhan and Yashash Chandra, and we have Udyan Mane, Arjun Sharma, as well as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 12 under par. Colin Joshi coming up from the left rough here on the 9th hole. Seems like we'll just find out whether this is his second or his third shot. Shamim Khan also trying to make some move over here with 2 under par on the front 9. Is currently at 8 under par for the tournament, 4 shots away. Colin Joshi coming up from the left rough here on the 9th. Hitting his third shot, pretty sure it is.
This will give you a good idea of how hard these greens are and how the ball sort of bounds over when you see a ball coming out of the rough. It's going to be very difficult to try and pitch it on the green and stop it.
Ideal place to pitch this golf ball is probably 10 feet right of the hole.
You'll see that ball and the kind of roll that it takes. It's so much so much different than what players are normally used to facing on other golf course, and that's why it makes it very tough for them to judge what will happen. You know, players like Colin Joshi, they play a lot of international golf and they're used to the ball stopping on a dime, even from the rough. And here it's so much more different. You can't quite get accustomed to dropping the ball from about 70-80 yards off the green. So it adds to the challenge, especially for the players who are used to playing internationally. Somebody like Cullen. So you saw that he was aggressive. He was expecting it to stop, but it just bounded over.
Anyway, coming off the rough to this kind of a flag location can be a tough one. He did pitch it pretty perfectly, but coming up from the rough, no matter which green you're playing, is going to be tough to stop the ball, and over here more so. Alap now coming up for his chip to make an eagle here. Look for this ball to break almost 10 feet from the right to the left. Before him, of course, it's Jairaj Singh Sandhu who will be taking it on.
Jairaj seemed to have had a miscue on the second shot. Definitely was not laying up. Seemed to be in perfect position. I like the kind of rehearsal swing that he's doing. Seems to be wanting to hit some sort of a spinning shot as he's coming from out to in. Let's see if he's able to get some sort of spin on these greens, which seems rather difficult, to be honest.
Definitely this ball will release forwards as long as he keeps it on the right side of the flag. Didn't release at all.
He's finding it difficult to reach the green. He's taking a lot many more shots than he should. Made a little bit of a meal of this hole after that brilliant drive off the tee.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to be taking a break on the 8th hole by making a par over there now. Moving on to the 9th, which is the par 5, where we are looking at these 3 players playing as of now.
It'll be interesting to see where he hits his drive on hole number 9. He could really get a mid-iron into this, maybe even a 6-iron given his length of the tee.
Alap judging that pretty decently, would still have a right to lefter there from about 5 feet away for his birdie. Colin going for it now from the back of the green here. Doesn't have much of room to work around with. This should be releasing a little bit from his left to the right.
Won't be a preferred lie here. He'll have to play the ball as it lies, right?
Absolutely. That is a touch amount of rough. Colin has come up short now. Will still have about 4 feet left to save his par.
You know what's
Very unlike him on a par 5 though.
also difficult for these players to judge, as you saw that chip shot just came to a sudden halt. You know, sometimes it hits the green and rolls a lot, but when you're putting or chipping, it just comes to a sudden halt, and that's primarily because of the crabgrass, the thicker blades of grass that do, there's a lot of friction that is imparted on the ball due to that.
I think it really depends on where you end up landing the ball, right? If you end up landing it where the grass ends up catching it, then you get some of the effect like what Colin just got, and then if you pitch it on top of the grass, it could just end up skidding. And Jairaj Singh Sandhu having his own troubles there with his pitch shot, now left with about a 25-footer to make birdie here on the 9th hole.
Jairaj is just creeping up upon this hole, leaving it short. Let's see if he's able to go past the hole or maybe in it this time. Oh, that's a brilliant putt right there, just about skirting the hole. Should make his par, but not be too happy with that after that drive. Should have made birdie there, but the game doesn't quite always pan out as you want it to.
As we take a look back now at Udayan Mane. Udayan playing the 7th hole, appears to be putting for birdie. Hasn't hit it. Very disappointed with himself is Udayan. Taps that one in. On the 7th, moving on to the 8th, the dogleg par 4. Most players are trying to get to around the 250, 260 yard mark off the tee box, and thereafter have probably a 120 yarder into the green.
As you have a look at the scores, it seems like the 7th hole is the easiest of the lot. I think it's playing as the easiest hole today. That and surprisingly the 5th, a lot of birdies on hole number 5 as well. But as you look at hole number 7, from the first top 20, there's not a single par. Everybody's made a birdie there. Arjun Sharma now on hole number 7 with what appears to be his birdie putt.
Yes, indeed.
It's like a slippery putt, but the redeeming factor is that it is downhill, so it should be easier than an uphill putt. Well done by him. That should move him to solo lead at 13 under par.
I'll find out the exact score in just a few moments and apprise you all of that. As we take a look at Kshitij, who appears to be putting for birdie himself. Kshitij, of course, needs to make some amends here on that scorecard. He has fallen down to 8 under par for the tournament, 4 shots away from the leader. Leaders, my apologies.
Kshitij really stuck in neutral gear today. Things seem really not to be going his way today.
We have Alap Ayal here. My apologies, this is Yashas Chandra. I have made the same mistake as yesterday. Yashas is on the...
Rahul, now you
10th
almost seem
hole.
to be doing it on purpose.
I don't know, is it both the gentlemen are from Mysore and somehow both of them look identical to me in terms of their body types. When I see them on the screen,
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. They do have a similar physicality and also the way they play the game of golf. So it's a good putt on hole number 10.
Incidentally, they are both also from the same city of Mysore.
I believe it's called Mysuru now, my friend. Political correctness.
You know me. I'm not really the one to be politically correct at all times. Unlike you, my friend.
Well, you're in the business of live broadcasting, so you rather learn sooner rather than later, my friend,
I'm learning every day from you, ain't I?
And likewise, I'm learning from you as we get out of our mutual admiration society and have a look at who's actually leading this tournament. It's Arjun Sharma at 13 under par.
I think the things are going to remain dynamic over here as the day moves on. Shamim Khan now on the screen.
First look at Shamim Khan.
A first look at the 12th hole as well. Karthik Digvijay Singh now taking on his tee shot. Players seem to be going there with an 8-iron off the tee box, trying to place it on the left side.
It'll be interesting to watch what the leading group, the players will be teeing off with. It'll be interesting to see if they are able to hit driver and take this hole on.
We did discuss this yesterday, but I think most of the players over here will be going with an iron itself. I really doubt, unless and until someone's feeling superbly good with their driver and can keep it within a 10-yard funnel, because the entire slope past that creek in this fairway does go towards the left side, which is the hazard. So there's really no bailout area if you hit the driver. That seems to be a player coming up now onto the back of the green here on the 9th hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu primed up right in the middle of the fairway there.
Look at how far he's hit that drive. The furthest that we've seen.
We'll probably have a 5-iron into the green now.
The 9th hole plays to a yardage of 489, but I think definitely plays longer than that.
Yes, it definitely plays longer than that.
I mean, if that is correct, and I'm certain that it is, then I don't see that how he could have more than a 7-iron here, given his length that he hits the ball. And the wind doesn't seem to be a factor either. I think somebody walking towards the left-hand side, he's motioned to them to try and stay put for a while he tries to execute this golf shot. It's a fair distance ahead of that creek as well. Doesn't really seem to be a factor for somebody like him. That's really coming in high. Let's see if he's got the correct distance here. And he has just a little bit too much, but that should be fine. It seems like the yardage, it plays a lot longer than what's mentioned, because Yuvraj, after hitting a drive, would be at least 315 off the tee and another 200 yards. So the hole does play longer. Any reason why that would be the fact? 489 on the face of it doesn't look quite long, but these players still have about 200 yards coming in.
There could be a touch of downwind there to have got that ball all the way here, although the conditions look pretty still looking at the leaves on the trees. So not so sure, maybe just the prodigious length that the man has with him. And probably got like nothing more than a 6-iron into that green. As we take a look at the replay of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu here, coming up with that mid-iron onto this 9th green.
He likes to flight that up.
That ball also dropped up pretty soft, but still ended up releasing past the green. He'll have a bit of a work cut out over here for his up and down. They're not easy greens to make up and downs on, these ones.
Absolutely. What will be interesting to note that Yuvraj always likes to favor the higher clubs, maybe a sandwich or a lob wedge also around the green. So it would be interesting to note what kind of a chip shot he executes, because it is downhill. This is the one time where you feel that a bump and runs out of a shot would be ideal, more prudent, especially coming out of that sort of grass, which is sort of dense and thick blades of grass. So let's see what shot he chooses and how he executes the same.
And Thangaraja trying to find out what's his best way possible to get it close to this hole. So he's touch short off the bunker on the front edge of the green. Needs to get this one up and high because the green is quite a bit above him at this point. You need to drop this a touch short off the flag and let it release up to the hole. And he seems to have done exactly that and quite proficiently at that. And has he made that chip? Wow, what a shot there by N. Thangaraja. Just a tap in left for him to make a birdie over here. And Thangaraja would move now to 11 under par. Akshay Sharma has also moved up to 10 under par with 4 under par on the scorecard for the day with birdies on 11 and 12. Now he's at 10 under, 3 shots adrift from the lead. Sunit Bishnoi also coming up from over the green. Oh, he's really trying to cut off the legs from under that ball, but probably has cut off too many of those legs. Still have a lot of work to do. We'll have about 6 feet now to make birdie here. Cullen. Cullen coming up onto the left side of the green here with his chip attempt. Seems like he missed it way left here on the 10th hole. Now would still have a lot of work to do to save his par or a bogey. If he chips it in, then he'll make a par. As we take a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Leaving that a bit short of the hole. It seems like he's got about 6 or 7 feet to navigate now to make his birdie over here to join Arjun Sharma at 13 under par. A bit of tough times here on the 10th hole where Alap Ayel has left his chip short of the hole. Jairaj Singh Sandhu coming up from a similar location. Let's see if Jairaj can make that up and down. He did make a very, very good up and down yesterday on this very hole itself. A lovely shot again by Jairaj. He put up a splendid shot yesterday as well from a similar location. Today is no different. Back to the 9th green, Sunit Bishnoi for birdie. It seems like he misread that one. That ball does break a lot from the left to the right. And so will Yuvraj's golf ball break a touch from the left to the right, probably about a ball or so. Coming up now from the left side is Cullen Joshi trying to make a chip in, but that wouldn't be. Cullen would be left with that 2-footer to make a bogey here on the 10th hole, one of the toughest holes on the golf course. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu moving on now with another birdie here on the 9th hole. Joins the leader Arjun Sharma now at 13 under par. Jairaj now putting for par on the 10th. It's a shot that's landed up in the right bunker here on the 9th hole. Some more tidbits of India's oil industry, the history of it all. The Assam Railway and Trading Company struck oil in 1889 at Digboy. This discovery marked the start of commercially viable crude oil production in India. In 1893, rights were granted to the Assam Oil Syndicate, which erected a small refinery at Margarita to refine the oil produced at Margarita and at Digboy. A lot of history in this area as we take a look at M. Dharma, who is trying to make history himself. Currently at 1 over par for the day, 8 under par for the tournament. M. Dharma trying to get close to the flag here. Ends up short siding himself is Dharma. Yuvraj and Arjun now leading at 13 under par. Uday and Mane at 12 under par. Uday making a par on the 7th hole, par 5. That would be a bit of a hit and a miss. And now we've got Mithun Pereira coming up with his 3rd shot on the 9th hole. Mithun currently 1 over par for the day, 8 under par for the tournament. Mithun would be looking to make a birdie or two, but that's going to leave him with a lot of work to be done. 20 feet away from the hole. Mithun is really, really good with his wedges, and you could see that's probably the quickest stop that we've seen with a wedge here on this hole so far. Going back to the 10th hole, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now coming up. Sandhu pitching it on the left edge of the green. That ball should be all right, just on the left edge, somewhere around where Kalin Joshi's golf ball was, and should not be the toughest up and down. That will definitely depend on the lie of the golf ball. Pawan Kumar, who started with 2 bogeys in the first and the second, has made 3 birdies on hole number 3, 5, as well as the 7th holes to be at 1 under par for the day at a total of 10 under par. What a great shot that is from one of the players playing along with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. I reckon this might just be Sunit Bishnoi. We'll find out very, very soon. That is Sunit Bishnoi now on the tee box on the 10th hole. The 10th hole placed to 236 yards in this center flag position. Sunit, what looks like a steady swing there for him. Let's see if Bishnoi makes it up onto the dance floor. Seems like his ball's just about rolled off towards the right side. We'll find out very, very soon as the players make their way towards the green. So we take a look now at Pawan Kumar. Pawan Kumar coming up from the right bunker here on the 9th hole. He's here in 2 shots, hitting it now. Hitting his 3rd shot now onto this green. Well, Pawan would be now 12 feet away from the hole for a birdie. Mitun Pereira now putting for birdie from about 20 feet away here on the ninth hole. The ball's going to break a lot from the right to the left, almost about extra than a grip. As we now take a look at M. Dharma putting for birdie here from the left fringe of the green. Dharma, who is currently at a score of 8 under par for the tournament, currently at a tie for 12th position, needs to get a few birdies in if he wants to challenge for this title. This wouldn't be the hole for that. Udayan Mane has dropped a shot here on the 8th hole now and dropped away to 11 under par for the tournament now. It is a four-way tie between Yashas Chandra, Om Prakash Chauhan, Entanga Raja and Udayan Mane at 11 under par, while the leaders are at 13 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Arjun Sharma. Pawan Kumar putting for birdie here on the 9th hole. Beautiful birdie there by Pawan Kumar. This will take Pawan Kumar up to 11 under par to tie alongside Udayan Tangaraja, OP as well as Yashas Chandra at a tie for 3rd position. Could this be Pawan Kumar's week and his maiden title? Seems like a referee was required to be called here for the leader group. Yuvraj coming from the back of the green here on the 10th hole. That would leave him for about 3 feet away for par now on the 10th. A good shot there coming up onto the 9th hole here. Kshitij Naved call also coming up from the left rough here on the 9th. Just trying to keep it towards the right side of the green. Seems like maybe a plenty too much right, but nonetheless should not be any trouble from there. We'll still have enough room on the green to work with to make an up and down for birdie. Udian Mane. Udian Mane currently at 11 under par, coming off a bogey on the 8th hole. He's going to be looking to make some damage here on the 9th hole. This par 5, very much reachable for Udian. And there he is. What a brilliant golf shot there by Udian Mane, giving himself well under 15 feet, an eagle. Lots of birdies here on the 9th hole as well. Will Udian be the first player on the 9th hole to make an eagle or not remains to be seen. Another eagle today was seen by Adil Bedi coming in at the 11th hole.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Extreme power, pickup और performance 3P Tech के साथ SERVO 40, the science of extreme.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Back to the live action here on the golf course. We've got Gerard Sandhu now putting here what appears to be the 11th hole, the par 5. Enthangaraja, probably the only birdie. Oh, there are a couple of other birdies here on the 10th hole. Enthangaraja with that birdie on the 10th hole has moved himself up to 12 under par. The man from Sri Lanka now chases the lead by just one shot. Gerard Sandhu tapping in there on the 11th. Alap currently at 8 under par for the tournament, putting here on the 11th. will still have about 3 feet left for himself. Colin Joshi, unfortunately, is currently 2 over par for the day, 5 under par for the tournament. Not really in the best of form on this final day. Alap tapping that one in, no problem there for him. As we take a look now at Arjun Sharma coming up for his birdie on the 9th hole. Very emotive player, Arjun Sharma. Going back to that 12th hole tee shot, most players, as we mentioned earlier, will be going with an iron here off the tee. There's almost no room past a creek in the middle of the fairway. It's not a very long hole, so after an 8 iron or a 7 iron off the tee, the players will still have about a 9 iron in, only panning over 322 yards. The green is perched upon an upslope. Raj Sandhu seems to be content with that shot. As we take a look now at Alap. Udayan Mane for eagle here on the 9th hole. Seems like he's left it a touch short. He's really in disbelief, is Udayan at this moment. Udayan Mane would make a birdie here on the 9th hole and take his total up to 12 under par, still 1 shot away from the lead. Kshitij Naved call, trying to make his own birdie here. This ball will break a little bit from the left to the right, probably a ball from the left. Maybe a touch extra than that as well. That ball ended up breaking way more than expected for Kshitij. Did not even make it up to the hole. That's what they call a low side miss. Pawan Kumar closing up here on the 10th hole. Mithun Pereira also having no trouble here on the 10th. M. Dharma on the 10th hole now. putting for what seems to be a par putt. There we have it, M. Dharma keeping it steady. It's interesting to note that 8 out of the 9 players in the top 10 have made a birdie on the 9th hole. It's a pretty interesting fact. Gaurav Pratap Singh putting on some heat there on that leaderboard, currently at 5 under par for the day, total of 7 under par. He's only completed 12 holes yet. Still got 6 holes to go even lower. Manu Gandas on the 17th. Moving on to the 10th hole, we have Arjun Sharma now taking on that tee shot over here. Currently at 14 under par for the tournament, Arjun Sharma made birdie on the 9th hole to move himself up to solo lead. Leads by 1 shot over Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Coming out just short of the green on the right side. That should be no trouble for Arjun Sharma. That's a pretty good tee shot for this hole. We'll have all the way a look towards the hole uphill and should be able to use a putter from there. He's just about on the fringe here on the 10th. As we now go back to Udayan Mane. Mane currently at 12 under par. Thangaraja. Thanga playing the 11th hole. Seems to have given that a little bit too much of adrenaline. We're left with about 20 feet for birdie here. Mane sort of coming out of that shot a little bit. Unable to place his ball. Thangaraja, who is now at 12 under par, very much within striking distance of this tournament after making that birdie on the 10th hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu staying steady at 13 under par with this par 5 11th hole being played right now. So we take a look at Sunit Bishnoi, who's put himself in that swale just short of the green. Not the easiest of up and downs coming up from there, as you can't really see the flags. Depth perception becomes an issue from that angle. Yuvraj seems to have found himself on the right side of the bunker. There's thick rough on that side. Yuvraj will have to cook up a storm really over here if he wants to make a 4 on this par 5. Seems like he's a little stuck over here, isn't he? Manu Gandas on the 18th hole. Manu Gandas, who is currently at 4 under par for the tournament and even par for the day with rounds of 70, 69 and 73. Vikrant Chopra, who's playing alongside Manu Gandas. Vikrant Chopra also at 2 under par for the tournament with rounds of 70, 69, 73 and 2 over for the day today. As we go back to Vikrant, very good driver of the golf ball is Vikrant Chopra. Really goes at it Lots of release of that club head. He lets go of that and gives it a full power shot. Moving on, now we're down to the 13th hole. We have Yashas Chandra, who is checking his yardage to the flag, and Amrit Lal on his right side, the left side of our screens. Some of the highlights of the day coming up. Sunit Bishnoi missing out his tee shot onto the right side on the first hole. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming up on the second hole with that scintillating bunker shot. Hole by Om Prakash Chauhan. Those were some of the highlights of the day. As we go back to the 13th hole, we have Amrit Lal. Amrit Lal coming up with a really good shot here. Good proximity to the hole for a birdie here for Amrit. Well under 15 feet. Should have about 12 or 13 feet now for birdie on the 13th. Very much a makeable birdie putt as we take a look now at Om Prakash Chauhan. Om Prakash Chauhan currently at a score of 10 under par, coming off a bogey on the 10th, steadying his ship on the 11th and the 12th by making 2 pars on the 13th hole. Will be trying to make a birdie and get up close enough to the leaders. As we take a look at Kshitij Naved Kaul, Kshitij will still have about 8 or 10 feet left for his par here on the 10th hole. That's a lot of work to be done for Kshitij, where he has dropped multiple positions today to be at a tie for 10th position right now at 9 under par. Well, stuck between a rock and a hard place, literally at this point, is Udayan Mane. That seems to be a really, really precarious spot. He did come out of that shot and blocked that one out to the right on the 10th. Has a ton of work to be taken care of as he got in. What a brilliant shot there by Udayan Mane, just about 6 feet away now for par. What a brilliant golf shot that is. So we go back to our leader Arjun Sharma, who has elected to use a wedge instead of a putter from that location. I thought that he will use the flat stick, but clearly Arjun has got other plans. Arjun Sharma leaving himself some work to be done to stay in the lead, with about 8 feet short off the flag now for his par putt here on the 10th. As we move back to the 13th hole, we have Yashas coming up for his birdie, about 25 feet away. Yasha's currently at a score of 11 under par for the tournament. Can he get this one up there? Can he get this one up there? What a great putt there again by Yashas. Leaving himself almost not much to do, just to tap in to make his par here on the 13th. The players would move into the 14th hole, the reachable par 4 now. And then the 15th, the par 5. Yashash Chandra MS is currently number 16th on the order of merit. He's played 14 tournaments and made 13 cuts, 5 top 10s. Sunit Bishnoi on the 12th hole. Amrit Lal for birdie over here. It just seems to be a day of misses here for Amrit Lal, hitting really good shots today on most of the occasions that we've seen him. And not being able to capitalize on that good ball striking is Amrit. Currently at even par for the day, 6 under par for the tournament. Om Prakash Chauhan now comes up on the 13th hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu going with the big stick here on the 12th hole. That's the first that we have seen. Well, no guts, no glory, I guess. He seems to be a little bit anxious there, but yes, it is fine. I guess you just have to take your chances, don't you, if you want to win a golf tournament. Especially in the position that Yuvraj is in right now. He has got 7 holes to play, including this one. He will be looking at doing some damage. He's got to make as many birdies as he possibly can, as the leader group is now moving into the back 9. They've just completed the 10th hole. Mane from about 6 feet for par on the 10th. That should break a touch from the right to the left for Udayan. And it does. Udayan Mane making a par over here on the 10th hole. That was a really good par from that tough spot on the right side.
I am Manika Batra, India's table tennis game changer. Pin, surprise and score. Winning in my India jersey. The engine is the heart of a car, and hence the one product I don't compromise is the engine oil. For my car, I use the most trusted SERVO lubricants by IndianOil.
You're the one who drives me, you are my energy. You're the only one I'll ever choose. You are my fuel. Oh, oh, oh. For you I will go the distance, crossing seas, crossing oceans. In life you my guiding truth.
From the northern hills to the southern shores, Pehle Indian, Phir Oil, Indian Oil.
Back to the action on the golf course. Mithun Pereira's group now on the 11th green. Pawan Kumar, who is currently at 10 under par for the tournament, ended up dropping a shot on the 10th hole. The 11th is a par 5 here at the Digboy Golf Links. It's all of 513 yards. It's dogleg to the left, and the players must place their tee shots properly, otherwise they will not have a shot to the greens. They will have to lay up. So depending on the situation, you put yourself in the tee shot. After the tee shot is what will decide the fate of the hole. So we take a look now at Udyan Mane on the 11th hole, trying to place his drive well enough at the captain's well. We've got M. Dharma. One ended up breaking left of the hole. Didn't seem like he expected that one to happen. This is the thing with Digboy Golf Links. It has surprises for you each and everywhere you go. So, like we spoke earlier, there's a lot of history instilled in this township. Pawan Kumar, what appears to be a birdie putt here on the 11th hole. That wouldn't be for now. Another tidbit of history here from the Digboy Refinery. In 1981, Digboy Refinery, along with the marketing function of the Assam Oil Company, was vested with the Indian Oil Corporation Limited by an act of the Parliament. This was the beginning of the Indian Oil Corporation Limited Assam Oil Division, signifying along with it a new lease of life for the refinery, along with the promises of much needed capital investment required to update technology and sustain the historic Digboy Refinery. Really a lot of history in this township. The earliest recorded reference about oil and its uses in India is to be found in Shahnama of the poet Firdausi, describing how Alexander, during his invasion of India, scared and scattered the elephants by sending among them 1,000 horsemen, each filled with blazing oil containers. 354 BC is when this first news is from. Incredible historical tidbits here coming in from Digboy. The 13th hole, all the players making a constellation there with their golf balls. In 1739, Nadir Shah, during his invasion of India, impregnated the humps of camels with oil and drove them blazing among war elephants of the Indian army to complete discomfiture of the latter. Incidentally, I'm not much of a historian myself. I just have found this information. I thought it'll be a good piece of information to be spoken about since we are here all the way in Assam this week. 1825 is when the existence of crude petroleum oil in India is found in the memoirs and dispatches of the army officer Lieutenant R. Wilcox of the 46th Regiment Native Infantry, who penetrated the jungles of Upper Assam. 1825 to 45, the era of individual intrepid explorers C.A. Bruce, Major White, Lieutenant Bigge, Captain Jenkins, Captain Hannay, who stumbled upon the oil in the course of their reconnaissance survey. In 1865, H.P. Medlicott of the Geological Survey of India, while visiting the coal areas of Assam, observed the oil seepages at Makum Pani and recommended test drilling in the Makum Namdang area. Going back to the 12th hole, and I'll take you back to the history books a little bit later. Pawan Kumar on the 12th. Another player going with an iron over here. I think except Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, we really haven't seen anyone going with a driver on this hole. I'm back into the history books. In 1866, first oil well was drilled at Nahorpung, 30 miles southeast of Digboy at a depth of 102 feet. Proved to be dry. 1867, Mr. Goodenough McKillop, Stewart and Company of Calcutta struck oil at Markham near Margarita, about 8 miles from Digboy, 118 feet on 26th of March in 1867. Very interesting factoids here. I'll jump about 100 years now and take you to 1982 when Indian Oil's Assam Oil Division started marketing LPG. What a putt there by Alap, but that wouldn't be. Still coming up about 2-3 rolls short of the hole. In 2009, Indian Oil celebrated its Golden Jubilee and did a total elimination of chlorine hazard from Digboy refinery operations. It's quite a feat. 2012, Digboy Refinery wins the TPM Excellence Award from Japan Institute of Plant Maintenance. That's quite something, isn't it? Going back to the 17th hole. Our first look today at the lad from Lucknow, Sanjeev Kumar. Karthik Sharma, the southpaw. Currently at a tie for 18th position, playing to 1 under par for the day, 6 under par for the tournament. 17th hole for Karthik Sharma. No trouble there for Karthik here on the 17th hole. Moving on to his final hole of the day. Gaurav Pratap Singh making great inroads into the top of the leaderboard here. Now at 7 under par for the tournament. 5 under par bogey free so far after 12 holes. Picturesque Digboy golf links here on our screens. The 17th hole. Treacherous little hole, this 17th. Really challenges the player to place their golf ball correctly with their 4-iron or a 5-iron off the tee and get another similar length shot for the second. Tough hole to get the ball stopped up close enough to the hole. Back on to the 13th, we take a look at Kalin Joshi. Kalin Joshi currently himself at 6 under par for the tournament. 1 over par for the day with birdies on hole number 11 as well as on 12. Will he make another birdie here to make it 3 on the trot on the 13th hole? There wouldn't be a birdie here for Kalin Joshi. Kalin with his long-time trusted caddy Babu here on his golf bag.
I am Manika Batra, India's table tennis game changer. Pin, surprise and score. Winning in my India jersey. The engine is the heart of a car and hence the one product I don't compromise is the engine oil. For my car, I use the most trusted SERVO lubricants by IndianOil.
As we get back from the commercial break here, we take a look at Anura Rohana. Very simple looking golf swing. Very field oriented golfer is Anura. What a lovely shot here by Rohana, giving himself a very realistic opportunity for birdie here on the 17th hole. Rohana, who's playing alongside Rohan Dole Patil from Pune, now coming up from the left first cut here on the 17th hole. The player is got his left feet below his right foot. Would have this ball coming out a little bit low from that rough area. Would have to navigate that with a little bit of a run. Be a difficult shot to stop here. Well, looks like he's given it plenty of elevation. Rohan Dole Patil. Making it onto the dance floor, good about 30 feet away from the hole now. The third playing partner, Akshay Niranjan, seems to be hiding behind those bushes. What a brilliant shot here. There we have it. Jairaj Sandhu making that putt on the 13th hole. Jairaj would now move to 8 under par for the tournament. That seems to be a rather aggressive chip. Well, as news flows in, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has made a birdie on the 12th hole after hitting that big stick off the tee box. Has made a birdie to move up to 14 under par to tie alongside Arjun Sharma, who is now on the 11th hole on our screens. Arjun Sharma on the 11th, trying to hit his third shot, get it close enough and move further away from Yuvraj Singh Sandhu by one shot. Oh, Arjun Sharma almost making that eagle here on the 11th. Would have nothing more than 3 feet to make a birdie. As we go to now Kshitij Naved Kaul, who is having the struggles of the day. Currently at 2 over par for the day, 8 under par for the tournament. Kshitij seems to be here in 2 shots, trying to make a chip in for an eagle, or is he trying to make a birdie? Well, there we have it. Maybe a touch too aggressive there for Kshitij Naved Kaul. Will have about 8 feet left here to make his birdie on the 11th hole. Can sometimes the day can just get the better of you, can't it? As we go back now to Udayan Mane. He needs to find out Udayan Mane is currently 2 shots away from the lead. Will need to get some stuff going here for himself. Mane would go on to miss that putt over here on the 11th. Arjun Sharma and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seem to be playing a bit of a game of cat and mouse as we speak. And welcome my co-commentator Shaurya Singh back into the studio, who is deep breathing. Kshitij Naved call now coming up for a birdie. Do comment in the YouTube chat box in case you have ever tried putting like this with a straight left arm. I'd love to hear of what your feedback would be if you were to try that. Be an interesting factoid to sort of get to.
It's interesting how Arjun is being able to keep step with Yuvraj the entire way. He's playing fantastic golf, and to be able to keep up with Yuvraj, especially when Yuvraj is on song, is no mean feat.
There we go. Kshitij Naved call finally saving a shot there on the 11th hole, making a birdie. Moves to 9 under par for the tournament. As we take a look now at the leader, Arjun Sharma.
I think our predictions are coming true. This tournament is shaping up to look like the winner will be 16 under par, more so yours than mine.
I hope you have a check with you today for me.
Well, I sure do, but I intend to keep
I'm
it
okay with
me.
UPI payments as well.
I think definitely you will be the victor this time. It could even go to 17 under par the way these guys are playing.
Right, closer to what I said, so cash will do too. Sharma with no trouble there, making a birdie here on the 11th hole. Will Arjun Sharma also pull out the driver here on the 12th or not is yet to be seen, as did Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Arjun Sharma moving up to 15 under par now. We have Udyan Mane now taking on the 12th hole with an iron in his hand.
Now the difficult 17th hole. Would you often hit an iron and try to ensure that it rolls down to the second tier? I remember when I was playing at that time, sometimes I hit a rescue, a draw. So if it ends out at the flat level, but if it rolls down just about, you get a shorter club. Although that's, I mean, you take a club that your best shot would probably roll down just about.
Yes, I completely, I would actually try to play that shot because you'd end up saving about 20 yards. So you instead of hitting a long iron in, you'd probably be hitting like an 8 iron in to the green. So a better chance to stop the ball up top. But I would definitely say that it is something of a game to be taken with caution from that tee box, because if the rough is there on that slope, that ball could get stuck over there, and you definitely don't want to be in there. As we take a look now at Kshitij. Well, that definitely isn't Kshitij's golf ball.
Yeah, that looked like it took a very short time to traverse the length of the shot.
Well, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now over here, who is at 14 under par, trailing Arjun Sharma by a shot. Will he have enough spin on this golf ball? These guys are really playing a game of one-upmanship, as we see today. 15 under par for Arjun Sharma, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 14 under par. Wouldn't be surprised to see if this birdie drops as well.
Arjun Sharma now in solo lead at 15 under par after birdieing hole number 11. So able to separate himself from Yuvraj, that's a worthy feat in itself.
Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Sandhu, who's currently at 1 over par for the day, 7 under par for the tournament through the first 12 holes.
Jairaj looks like quite an intense customer, to be honest. I think he seems like a very fiery sort of personality underneath. I think seems like the polar opposite of Manu Gandas. You can see the intensity in his eyes, and I expect that these kind of players tend to blow hot and cold and shoot a lot of low numbers as well.
I think you have nothing if you don't have intensity. I'm sure Manu Gandas has enough intensity in him, and just that we can't tell.
Yes, the Zen-like demeanor hides it really well.
Intensity. This man has enough of it. Colin H. Joshi, former Panasonic Open winner on the Asian Tour. We've got Akshay Sharma, who seems to be coming from a very different kind of a location here on the 17th hole. I think this is on the far left. He will have to draw this ball to get it up onto the green. Or has he found an aerial route, it seems?
It's going to be an interesting shot from that angle coming out of the rough.
Well, this game is not anything if not interesting, is it? That's a really good golf shot from that location by Akshay Sharma.
That's a fantastic shot by Akshay, showing you the kind of roll that happens on these greens. I don't think he could have done better than that. If he pitch it short, it sort of just stays up on him. Otherwise, it sort of rolls over the back edge.
Well, Sharma currently at 6 under par for the day, 12 under par for the tournament. He's made 7 birdies on that scorecard today with just 1 bogey on the first hole. Could have another realistic chance here for birdie as well.
This is the location that I was telling you. That rollout when it reaches the lower tier is the preferred location.
Well, I'd call it absolutely the preferred location. I'd also like to be in that space for sure.
There's somebody coming out from the right-hand side. I'm not quite sure how that has transpired. This tournament always produces an exciting finish, and this seems like no different this time with Arjun Sharma in pole position at 15 under par. Jairaj Singh Sandhu would have quite a few birdies that he can still produce. You have the 18th, the 16th, the 15th, 14th and 13th, which are still to be played by him, and those are very realistic birdie opportunities. Expect him to make at least 3 more in the holes coming in. He's having quite the stretch, having made 5 birdies over the last 7 holes. So things are definitely getting interesting here at the IndianOil Servo Masters Golf 2022, being played at the Dick Boy Golf Links venue, Dick Boy Golf Links, and the prize fund is at rupees It's a whooping rupees 75 lakh with over 12 lakh going to the winner. Harinder Gupta there, coming up short for his birdie attempt. A look at some of the other scores today. The other noteworthy round seems to be Sarthak Chibbar, Kapil Kumar at 2 under each. Then you have Dhruv Sharon at 2 under. You have Sachin Bisoya at 2 under par and 5 under for the tournament. And you have Arjun Bhati, who is 4 under today. A total of 41 players are at level par or better. Anshul Patel here at 17. We're also seeing a slew of high numbers as we go beyond the 38th position. The players shooting over par scores. So the final day is not yielding too many low rounds. There are a couple of players who are on the golf course better than 3 under par, namely Gaurav Pratap Singh, who has had a welcome change to form. The last day and the penultimate day have been the days that have not been too kind to him, but he's done a lot better this time as Gaurav Pratap. Sitting pretty at 7 under par total. That would be good enough for a tie for 15th position at the present moment. He has 6 holes more to go, so maybe a couple more birdies would inch him closer to that top 10 position. Mithun Pereira also out on the golf course at 8 under par total. Shamim Khan, 3 under for the day, 9 under for the tournament. There's been a sudden change on top of the leaderboard. We've just got information that Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has made another birdie, and that has moved him to 15 under par. We saw his approach on hole number 13, which is about 20 feet right of the flag, so safe to say that he's been able to hold that putt. While we have a look at M. Dharma, who's at 8 under par. On your screens is Pawan Kumar. Pawan also having a good run of form over the last few years. Yet to win on tour, but has been consistently finishing well in a lot of tournaments, top 20, top 30s. It's good to see him playing well. Mithun Pereira now at hole number 13. Has been playing well off late, as Mithun had won the tournament a few years ago at Royal Calcutta Golf Club, one of the longest golf courses in India. Shows you that he definitely has a trick or two up his sleeve. Manu Gandas, the winner from last week. We're just having a look at his current score. Manu sits at 3 under par total, 1 over for the day, so he is currently in a tie for 28. Seems that Yuvraj Singh Sandhu would be able to open a sizable lead on that order of merit if he were to win this tournament, or even if he were to finish second. He could reach somewhere in the vicinity of 58, 59, or maybe even 65 lakh if he wins, 63 lakh if he wins this tournament. So let's assume that he reaches that 60 lakh number. None of those thoughts will be on Dharma's mind, while he fortunately missed that putt to the left. Seems to be a little bit of a tug. It's that time of the day when focus seems to be wavering. My apologies, especially as Dharma would have been expecting to be in contention for the tournament, but that has not quite turned out. So it's important to keep your focus, especially when things are not going your way. And with the next week, a 1 CR tournament, and the week after that, Yuvraj, all things considered, looks in prime position to breach that 1 CR mark. That would be a stupendous feat. First time in Indian golf on domestic tour that you'd have that kind of prize money being won by a player. So kudos to young Yuvraj. He's gone from strength to strength. Pawan there holding a putt. Look back at hole number 13. Inviting fairway here. A look at the top 10. Shamim Khan just about inching his way back into the top 10. And for those of you who just joined us here at the PGTI, we'd like to tell you that if you want more information about the tournament's schedule, please head over to our website www.pgtofindia.com. You can get schedule of the tournaments, the prize fund, even interesting statistics like the birdie leaders, the eagle leaders, and so on and so forth. I'm pretty certain that this man would feature on a lot of those lists. Here at par 4 14th, the short par 4 will give this man another opportunity to maybe take the solo lead. His par 4 plays a little bit over 300 yards and well within reach for players like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. That should be a given birdie for him, so he should move to 16 under par, so really no signs of letting up here. The hole plays to a yardage of 316. Yeah, we have Suneet as well here at hole number 14. Using that rangefinder to get the perfect yardage. That is an addition to the rules of golf that has happened over the last few years. Not the same result as Yuvraj, but you still have that 20-footer for his birdie. And Thangaraja now preparing for his shot as well. Should be a straightforward putt for N. Thangaraja, currently sitting at 11 under par. He's 4 shots behind the leader. That's a fantastic putt by him. not one to be left out of the party. Now he's 3 shots behind Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Arjun Sharma. All smiles. And there you have a look at the leaderboard.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, 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 तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, हो।
सड़कों से सरहदों तक, पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल। इंडियन ऑयल।
Back to the live action here at hole number 14.
So reachable par 4, this hole number 14. The green was pushed further back just a few years ago than the original one, making it into a slightly bigger green than before. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu making another birdie on the 13th hole. As we now take a look at Pawan Kumar, who seems to have taken the more prudent layup approach here on the 14th hole. Most players try to go for the green, although if you miss it on the wrong side can be a very, very treacherous up and down, as the opening into the green is a very tiny one, sloping all the way towards the left from the edge of the green onwards.
Shidin Ahmed Kaul seems to find himself in thick stuff.
Oh, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu moving into solo lead at 16 under par with another birdie here on the 14th hole earlier. Kshitij Naved Kaul would have his work cut out from that position. He's short of the green now on the 13th hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu with birdies on 5, 6, 7, 9th, 12th, 13th and 14th at 7 under par for the day, leading the way at 16 under par over Arjun Sharma, who is at 15 under par. Akshay Sharma also making his way up now at 12 under par to tie alongside Yashas and N. Thangaraja as well as Udayan Mane. So we take a look back now on the 14th hole. We have Pawan Kumar on our screens.
Yuvraj is really powering ahead with that great long game that he has. Making 3 birdies on the trot twice in the round. 7 under for the last 9 holes. That is blistering pace to say the least.
Absolutely. In fact, he has completely pressed on the gas, and needless to say, his choice of lubricant will definitely be servo oils.
I think we don't want to keep the discussion about cars. Well, in light of Wayne, it's he's like a supercar at this point in time.
Well, that would be right. And in fact, servo is also the choice of lubricant for a lot of supercars. Did you know that?
Well, we're veering the discussion again into the automotive sector, but now, in all jest, we tend to compare our good golfers with race cars and
race horses, rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at M. Dharma. He's been in fantastic nick, and I see a lot of golfers who have the ability of shooting these deep under par rounds, such as 8 and 10 under par, and he's one of the names that comes to mind as it's a good approach shot. As you see, that green doesn't give you much purchase. It just sort of skids on and doesn't quite...
as the day moves on, also the greens are getting harder and faster, and M. Dharma would be left with a good about 10 feet now for a birdie here on the 14th hole. Pawan Kumar dropping another shot early on the 12th. Now at even par for the day, 9 under par for the tournament. There we have, this is what I was telling you earlier. If your golf ball gets stuck on that slope, it could be really a no man's land.
I thought he picked that ball up. What's happening there? Not quite sure.
We'll have to find out.
Is that? That cannot be a free drop, I'm assuming.
Not at all.
Maybe we can get a little bit of a clarification on that.
Pawan Kumar seems to have found some trouble with that wedge shot. Very unlike him, he's quite accurate with those kind of shots usually. And now it seems like an uphill task, quite literally.
Yeah, no pun intended. That's a interesting shot. He seems to be about good 7 to 8 yards below the surface of the green.
Interesting to see how he's letting his left arm chicken wing over there as the ball is stuck right in that slope. So he will have to find a way to let that club exit out, and chicken winging it probably will be one way to do that.
Yeah, nice flop shot. Should be the medicine that he needs right now. Apparently not, just hitting it at the bank. That's the first time I've seen that. Seems rather odd to say the least. That swing was also not one which was sort of to be used for a flop shot. He just sort of slammed that ball into the bank of the green.
Seems like a similar situation now, all the way uphill. Almost about 45 degrees of slope here for him. That club's almost going to react like 10 degrees more than what it really is. You have to hit this one aggressively if he wants to get this one close. And he did. A touch too aggressive, maybe.
Seems to be a compounding of errors. It's probably staring down a double bogey if he doesn't make that.
That'll be a tough one. 14th hole being an approachable par 4. And with that prudent approach that he tried of laying up to the hole, seems like it is backfiring at this moment on Pawan Kumar.
I think in hindsight, we can always look at things and assume what we had done, what we should have done differently.
Well, although their playing partner seems to be doing absolutely fine with that shot. Mithun Pereira, man who is no stranger to good short game skills. Currently at a tie for 10th position is Mithun at 8 under par. He would make a par there on the 14th. So we take a look at M. Dharma, who is going to be putting for birdie here on the 14th hole now. As we go back to the 17th, and that ball is not going to be stopping. Dharma for birdie here on the 14th hole. Dharma 2 over for the day, 7 under for the tournament. Trying to get to 8 under par. A little bit too aggressive there for M. Dharma. That ball really didn't even catch the break as it went past the hole. Pawan Kumar for bogey here on the 14th. That'll be an unfortunate 6 there for Pawan Kumar, losing out a lot of ground here on the 14th. What could have been a birdie hole has now turned out to be a 3-shot swing for Pawan Kumar, dropping down to 6 under par for the tournament. My apologies, dropping down to 7 under par for the tournament with that 6. Dharma for par, about 4 feet away. A peculiar stance that Dharma has, likes to really get on over the top of the ball. And Dharma running another one by the hole through the line. Seems a touch frustrated. 16th hole, par 3. Colin Joshi coming up. All of about 120-yard hole. Reaching up onto the dance floor is Colin Joshi, but far away from the flag. As we now take a look at Alap Ayal. Alap currently at a tie for 13th position at 7 under par for the event. All the players coming up onto the left center of the green here on the 16th hole, trying to keep it on the fat side of the green. As we see Shamim Khan making his birdie on the 17th hole. Formidable putter off the golf ball, Shamim Khan. Never leaves the fairway as well, nicknamed as Machine Khan. As we now have Karthik Digvijay Singh. Karthik Digvijay Singh having a tough day out on the golf course today. Starting off with rounds of 70, 72 and 68. And struggling today to keep up the pace. Well, just one of those days, I guess, where it's a day of hits and misses. Angad Chima, who plays from Chandigarh, is currently at a score of 7 under par. 1 under par for the day. Rounds of 71, 69, 70 to be at a total score of 7 under par. Tie for 12th position so far for Angad Chima. Chima cleans out here. As we look at Om Prakash Chauhan coming up from the 17th hole, left first cut from atop that slope. Om Prakash Chauhan trying to run that one up onto the green. That wouldn't be though. It seems like the crabgrass at the front of the green has caught the ball and left it over there. We'll have an uphill chip left for his third shot. We go back to Yashash Chandra, not making any mistakes this time.
He finally got it right. Seems to be in perfect position. Yashash Chandra at 12 under. Seems that he was quite in the tournament. Maybe finish strong with an eagle birdie or a birdie eagle, have an outside shot. Let's see you hold this shot, Yashash. Finally, let's get this done. It's a fantastic shot. I think that's the first time we've seen a ball stop that quick on this hole.
Absolutely very realistic chance for birdie here for Yashash Chandra. Move himself up to 13 under par as we take a look at Amrit Lal coming from below that slope on the lower part of the fairway. He'll all have probably about a 9 iron or a half 8 iron into this green. Really goes at pretty much every shot, Amrit Lal, doesn't he? That ball's going a little bit towards the right side, but up onto the dance floor.
Also having a little bit of spin. I think, yeah, he uses all of his frame to hit a shot, especially on a driver. You see him with that sort of violent movement right after he hits that drive. Very unconventional. Reminds me a little bit of Lian Wen Chong in a way.
Well, that's a solid one there by you. Lian Wen Chong also would go at it completely. The finish does definitely reminisce of him. Lian Wen Chong has a touch different technique, but the lash through that they do. In fact, Vikrant Chopra also has a similar lash through as what Amrit Lal does with the driver.
Not really. I think Amrit Lal is a lot more unconventional. Vikrant, it seems like he does something similar, but I would think he's a little bit more conventional with his technique.
Right. So you're trying to be diplomatic again, aren't you?
I'm not diplomatic. I'm giving you an expert's opinion.
Yet again.
It just seems like his swing
You could
is
be
a
a politician, you know. You ever thought of that as a profession?
No,
I'm sure your state, Haryana, could use a few more.
I try to just think of what I'm doing currently and try to the best of my ability, and I stand firm by I stand firm by what I said. I think his swing, to be honest, is not that unconventional. But yes, when he hits the driver, it tends to get stuck, and that's why it gives the impression he's not able to clear his body as well as he used to. So that's one of the differences you'll see when he's hitting his driver. That it seems like the body and the hands are not that coordinated after impact. So that might be one of the reasons why that illusion per se.
Interesting. We're there now after I nudge you a little bit and calling you a diplomat and a politician at that.
Are we here to talk about golf? Or are we here for a self-help session or an intervention? I think
an intervention has happened inadvertently.
Yeah, I mean, our viewers can't really know all about that, but when you are on air for 6.5 hours, that seems like a lifetime sometimes. But not for these players. You know, for them, it goes by in the blink of an eye, especially for our leader, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who's not letting up. It'd be interesting to see what he hits on the 15th hole. Maybe just a short little 7 iron at best.
I'm almost ready to bet my money that he's going to make another birdie here on the 15th.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Arjun on the 14th. I'm pretty certain that the good thing about this golf course is that Arjun can also reach almost all the holes that Yuvraj can. So not much of an advantage per se.
Well, it does come down to guts, glory, and a lot of putting skills over here, doesn't it? And guts and the glory was shown to us definitely by Yuvraj on the 12th hole, where he decided to take on the green with the driver.
Yes, that was really backing himself there. That fairway maybe all of about 25 yards with the OB running along the right-hand side, which you often tend to oversee or ignore, right? You don't quite see the out of bounds. That's what he said. When you were in the mode, you would never see what's on the left or right.
Which out of bounds are you
exactly
talking about?
You would only kind of see it after you hit it, right?
When did I hit one? I never hit an OB in my life.
That's the approach that Rahul says. You don't quite see the trouble until you land up in it, and then it's a little too late. So maybe the middle path would be great for our viewers. As we have a look back.
It's like Jack Nicklaus, right? He used to. There was an interviewer who asked him in a press conference about his 3-putt on the 18th hole in one of the tournaments, and he said, "Which 3-putt?"
I like it how subtly you just called me a politician and you're comparing yourself with Jack Nicklaus. You know, that's how it goes in commentary. Anything goes. You get away with murder, so to speak.
Subtlety is the name of the game, isn't it?
We have a look at Thanga.
As the players have now made it into the 16th tee box. Thangaraja at 12 under par with We are not yet apprised
The
of
fact
their
that he's
scores on
gone
the 15th
first,
hole.
the fact that he's gone first means that he's because he birdied the 14th as well, but Yuvraj would have the honor if both of them would make the same score. So I'm assuming that Yuvraj has not made birdie on
I
16.
can't tell yet, can we? Because today
Unless-
the game has really become about ready golf, right? So players don't really.
I'm sorry, I won't know anything about that. That never quite did resonate well with me. Ready golf.
You were never ready, were you?
Exactly. Brilliant camera work. They're showing you what angle these players are teeing off from. I'll show you the launch angle as well of this shot on hole number 16. High towering wedge by Yuvraj. Excellent camera work, being able to trace that ball entirely.
About 25 feet away from that flagstick. As news is now flown in, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has made a birdie on the 15th hole as well, moving up to 17 under par for the tournament. 2-shot lead over Arjun Sharma.
So you were right about ready golf. That's what they are practicing. Kudos to them.
Back about a decade ago, they didn't talk too much about ready golf, did they?
Exactly. I enjoyed it.
It's been about a decade, is it?
Yeah, maybe a little more, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. It's been about, I think, 11 years. Yeah, it's a long time. Time does fly. When you're having fun, that's what they say. One day you look back, you're a grown man. That's how life is, and now we're getting philosophical. That often happens in this time of the afternoon when the coffee hits.
And the interventions happen and whatnot.
Yes.
Things get philosophical around here. Would you like another copy, my friend? You
Well,
think you need one?
well, won't hurt. That's for sure. Now that you asked me, I hope there's some sort of arrangement for the same. We've seen tournaments in the recent past where you have two players competing head to head, and one tends to dominate the other one and separate themselves from the field. That's what happened the week prior as well. You saw Yuvraj, who was the bridesmaid last week, and Manu Gandas was the winner, and they had a sizable lead over the third position, if I remember correctly. And that same thing happened at the Jammu Tawi golf course also. You see two players, and one sort of putting a lot of daylight between the seconds. Not quite sure what kind of trend that is, but that's definitely something to watch out for.
M. Dharma has given himself a 5-footer now for a birdie here on the 15th hole. That could be helpful for his cause. He's having a tough day today at 3 over par for the day, 6 under par for the tournament. Mithun Pereira seems to be as ready can be at this moment. Got a score of 1 over for the day, 8 under par for the tournament. Kshitij Naved call. Makes that one here on the 14th. And no trouble there for Mithun Pereira. M. Dharma for birdie, looking to capitalize on that chip. Jairaj Singh Sandhu, a left-handed golfer, coming up now onto the 17th green. Makes his way up there, but still going over the green. Will still have at least a lot of room to work with.
That's a common theme, isn't it? I think the front pin position on this hole is probably the toughest.
Absolutely, and especially coming in with a long iron from atop the tier, it becomes much more difficult. M. Dharma salvaging a birdie here on the 15th hole. Finally, taking in a breather after that 3-putt on the 14th. As we take a look now at Pawan Kumar. Pawan Kumar, who's had a bit of a tumble down here on the back nine with a bogey on the 10th and the 12th and a double bogey on the 14th hole. This one to take himself to 8 under par for the tournament. And he does. A notable mention to also Arjun Bhati, who shot a 4 under par round today to finish at 8 under par for the tournament at a tie for 10th position. Bogey-free round for Arjun Bhati from Gautam Budh Nagar, coming up with birdies on hole number 3, hole number 6, 14, as well as on the 16th.
Yashash Chandra on 17.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The mighty have fallen. That is Ala
Oh
Payal.
no! I think Rahul now I can excuse you for that. They both. Are you sure it's him? Can you check once again?
Well, all the faux pas I've made in the past
Oh,
2
no.
days, I'm
That's
pretty
what
sure
they say.
now that
You're remembered by your last performance. So there I have it. I've aired as well. Seems like we both are sailing in the same ship, my friend. Alap and Yashash. Our apologies to both of you. Good shot there, Alap.
I think let's just start calling them the lads from Mysore.
Yeah. But they have an uncanny resemblance, to be honest.
Yeah, but at least on the screens, right? So they do look like they're the same frame.
Yes, I think
and they have very
especially
similar kind of swing
as
also.
well, yeah. And I'm certain they hit the similar distance, similar sort of game. Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault us for making a mistake. But yes, we'll try and reduce those as we go ahead.
Oh, no, you can fault us for making a mistake.
If there are any brickbats, please let us know on our YouTube, Facebook stream. And also anything that you enjoy and like to see more of, you do let us know as we have a look at hole number 16. Yuvraj with his birdie attempt. He has a penchant for making these long ones. No, that was his par.
That was a par putt.
So he'd make par, and finally the trail of birdies goes cold. And Arjun can, all he can do right now is just making pars, which unfortunately is not going to be good enough. I think if this carries on, he might find himself in a similar position that he did in Coimbatore. He played really well, but just about came up short of a player who was firing on all cylinders. That time it was Cullen. Now it seems to be Yuvraj. I think to win on the PGTI, good is somehow not good enough. You have to keep pushing the boundaries, even on the back nine on a Sunday. You have to ensure that you make a lot of birdies.
M. Dharma seems to be teeing up on the left side of the tee box over here on the 16th. Looks like he is going to be going for this right side flag location. Colin Joshi has his second shot on the left side of this green on the 17th hole. He'll have to do something great with his wedge to make this up and down. Nice shady little place for our spectators here at the Dig Boy Golf Links.
And Thangaraja also at 14 under par with 2 holes to play. So realistically, maybe can only get up to 15 under par unless he birdies both the last 2 holes. And 17 is really not yielding any birdies. We have a look at how the players have played the 17th. There's only been just a couple of birdies the entire day. So it's proving to be quite difficult for the players. That's a real good shot by Pawan there on 16. Just about 15 feet right off the flag. This is where Mithun really revels. Look at that, hardly taking about 10 seconds to hit that shot. Set up and execute.
Mitten seems to be going for this flag location. And using the slope.
Stroke of luck as well.
Using that slope, some amount of local knowledge, I guess. 25 feet away for birdie now.
Have you seen that video? I don't quite remember who it was. Somebody on the PGA Tour hooked a shot on a par 3, hit the trees and made a hole in one. One of the compilation of...
I think I've seen that. It hit something, then it hit the slope, and then it just kept running.
And he actually ended up winning a sports car.
Wow.
You know, that's what you call luck when the gods are smiling upon you.
Well, Thangaraja making birdies on 14, 15, and 16 that moved up to 14 under par for the tournament to be at solo position of number 3.
Have you ever played a tournament where they had one of these big sports cars up for prizes for hole-in-one and you really came close, or something considerable that was there on offer? For our viewers who don't know what we're talking about, whenever you have a professional tournament and you make a hole-in-one, there is a considerable prize that is on offer for the player who does that, because a hole-in-one is a very rare feat.
Incidentally, there was this one, I think it was at the Delhi Golf Club, and there was a motorcycle kept on the 17 tee box.
I think I said sports car.
Well, sports bike, we'll go with that for now.
All right.
Sports car, no, that's never happened, my friend.
Gaganjeet Bhullar won that, remember, in Europe almost a decade ago now, it seems like. That's a fantastic effort by him.
From your times, is it?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Even after that, actually. I feel like a prehistoric dinosaur now, to be honest.
Prehistoric dinosaur. That'll be a bogey for Cullen Joshi.
And the funny thing is that they say age is just a number, but not to other people.
The 18th hole for Om Prakash Chauhan. What a brilliant golf shot there. About 8 feet away for birdie.
That's another big drive here by Yashas. The confusion is that they're playing in groups just right next to each other. Alap would be on the tee right now.
I think we should ask them to send us, their dressing just before they start off their third and their fourth round. Maybe they can just send
Fantastic shot.
A WhatsApp message. This is what I'm going to be wearing today, and that's what I'm going to be wearing today. One from Alap, one from Yashas, to ease the confusion.
Do we ever see anybody beyond that road as well? He's really belted a long drive as Yashas on this hole today.
What do you think we will do in case Yashas and Alap will be in the same group one day and they end up wearing, like, let's say, a similar kind
I
of
think
a
if that
combination?
happens, we might be out of a job soon.
Oops.
With the amount of errors.
Jairaj Sandhu not being able to capitalize there.
Not the intended putt that you'd want to have.
The leader Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on the 17th hole has taken the route of keeping the ball on the top tier of that fairway. Be interesting to see the kind of shot he pulls off from here. Have you ever figured out why they paint the bottom of the trees in some places? I mean, just a really curious question.
I'm pretty certain you know the answer to that. Are you trying to show off?
No, I have no idea.
There was something that used to go through my mind. I think that's to tabulate the number of trees. That's what I thought. Or maybe it's for, they also said it's for termite, to try to keep some of the, some of the tree-eating termites or something like that. That's what I heard. It's sort of a medication that helps protect the tree. So it's most definitely that. Sometimes you'll also see numbering on the trees. That used to happen. I'm sure you would have seen it in the cantonments.
Yeah, I've seen the numbering, but I don't know why they paint the bottoms.
That's what I heard. It's to stave off the infestation. I'm not certain. We can always Google it. Google will give you every answer. I think you're doing just about that. You always learn something new every day here.
Well, you were right. Google does give all of the answers. The
Can you tell us
lower
the-
trunks of trees may often be painted white to help prevent what is known as sunscald. This process happens in the winter where there are extreme fluctuations in temperatures causing the bark to split. Going from cold winter nights to bright sunny days can bring a lot of damage to tree trunks.
So I was right, but not totally.
You're always
but-
right, sir. Yeah. Always right.
Thank you very much. As we go back to 17th, where Yuvraj definitely wants to be right. He's getting a little perturbed by that all the camera attention, but he should be used to it. That's going to become part and parcel of his life. Yuvraj not too clear of Arjun, and he can really seal the deal here at hole number 17 with a fantastic approach shot. He seems to be in perfect position.
Well, if I'm not wrong, he pretty much has put himself into pole position. But yes, 2 more holes. If he can make 1 more birdie out of these 2 holes and 1 par, I think has definitely sealed the deal. Seems to have miscued that a touch. Shouldn't be too much of trouble from where it's landed. So we now look at N. Thangaraja, a man at 14 under par for the tournament, looking himself to create some damage. If he can finish strong birdie, perhaps, you never know what's going to happen in this game of golf.
Yes, not outside the realm of possibilities. You see the difference in ball flight. Yuvraj coming in a lot higher. Even though Thangaraja is a strong ball striker, I think he sort of miscued that a bit, but still, the amount of compression that Yuvraj puts on the ball, it really takes off like a rocket.
It seems like a bit of a trouble here for the player. Just about make the person get off the scooter.
That would be the referee scooter, if I'm not wrong. A good idea of what that 15th hole looks like.
Udayan Mane, currently at a tie for 4th position at 12 under par, seems to have found some sort of trouble here on the 15th hole. Udayan would have to work hard from here to make his up and down to save a 5 on the 15th.
So second shot ideally coming in to this green would have to be a fade. What kind of shot shape are the players looking at to get close to this flag?
Pretty much in case you have put yourself in the center of the fairway or even or a touch left of the fairway, you're definitely looking at a draw. But in case you're on the right side, you can hit a pretty neutral shot into the green. But I would think most of the players here would be requiring a touch amount of a draw to keep it on the tier of the green. Otherwise, on the right side, as we saw Udayan earlier, the ball does tend to roll downwards from the right of the bunker and will end up into the rough, which, as my co-commentator said early on in the day, is the place where vegetation can be found.
Well, that's the last place you want to go into vegetation. As Yuvraj here on 17, maybe this is the first little spot of bother that I've seen him in. He just needs to make this up and down. Should be a routine up and down, but still has to be made. It's not going to be given to him. Was a good second shot, just about maybe a yard short. Shows you the difficulty in this shot, because the pin is at the front. There is an elevation change, so even if you
I'm sure our spectators can make out when they can't even see the knees of the players when they're even 5 yards short of the green. You can tell how high up that green really is. Udayan Mane, this man's tall structure, nothing is higher up than him.
Good effort there by him.
Lovely chip.
Seeing that when he's on song, he's really good with this short game as well.
Udayan's got very good touch as well. He's not only a good ball striker, he's also got good touch. So that is what makes his game an all-round good golf game. So we take a look now at N. Thangaraja, a man who is no stranger to good golf game.
On any other day, Yashas and
Pretty good shot there for Thanga.
on any other day, Yashas and Thangaraja would have thought they've done enough to win the golf tournament. They were at 4 and 3 shots back, respectively, and both of them are 6 under par for the day. But they're not even within sniffing distance, to be honest. That's thanks to Yuvraj's 8 under par, and that's what I was telling you. This man has that pedigree that he can shoot these deep rounds. These rounds are career rounds, to say the least. Many players don't even have a single round like this in their entire life, an 8 or a 9 under par. But look at him, he does it almost every second week. In fact, almost like every week.
It's just like a weekly routine for him. Very good golf shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, giving himself a very realistic 3-footer for par. Keep himself at 17 under. As we await to see what Arjun Sharma is going to be doing here on the 15th hole, what appears to be his birdie putt here from about 10 feet away.
It's critical that he makes that. I remember he missed, he's really playing well in Coimbatore, and he missed a short one which could have helped him stay tied with Cullen. But if these have to go in, then I think you really need to get everything right as far as this putt is concerned, especially on these greens. 7 feet. It's not so easy as it looks.
Sunit Bishnoi coming up with a putter this time. About 3 feet past the hole. Little left, right, a left for him to save his par over here. Sunit Bishnoi also starting off with a triple bogey, and after that making amends to his day, but then fallen by the wayside later on as well. Arjun Sharma to get to 16 under par, and he does. A super putt there by Arjun to get to 16 under par for the tournament. And a fist pump there, much required. Kshitij Naved call there, cleans up on the 15th hole. Leader group now moving on to the 16th hole, par 3, 120 yards to be navigated up the hill. Bishnoi putting for par. Slight left rider for him here. Yep, no trouble.
Good putt by Sunit there. Very important part coming up. Yes, we'll soon have an update what Arjun has done, and Arjun has made a birdie, so it's not all done and dusted.
Well, Yuvraj definitely needs to keep up the pace over here, get this ball in the hole, save his par.
Talking about keeping up the pace, it seems like the leader group is about a hole and a half behind this group. They have the 16th and the 17th hole, almost 2 holes behind. If I'm not,
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu stays in the lead at 17 under par now.
If I'm not wrong, Yuvraj was in the penultimate group, right? Can you just have a look at that?
Yes, sir, indeed.
And so the leader group has just finished the 15th, and
no, not at all. In fact, the Yuvraj is in the third last group, and the next one is M. Dharma's group coming up after this.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Otherwise, they were 2 holes behind. I would have thought then the referee would have been activated, so to speak, to follow these players. But that's not the case. As we have a look at now the leader group, Kshitij now with call.
Kshitij really twirling that wrist over there and to train it how to square that club up.
Oh, he's hit the trees and it's worked out really well.
Well, got it squared well enough.
Seems to be a difficult flag. You see a lot of players missing it to the right.
You can't get too aggressive with this kind of a flag location on this hole because of the trees hanging. It can clip. And if that happens, then you're really left to God's grace as to where your golf ball ends up. Arjun Sharma definitely does not want to leave this to God's grace. He knows he has to take this in his own hands. Sharma would have a realistic opportunity on this hole, considering it's a 120-yard shot for him. If he can get this ball within 15 feet of the hole, he will have a really realistic chance to make a birdie over here, which is very well needed to tie up for the lead at 17 under par.
I look for this to be close. He's very good with his short irons as well. Maybe we're heading down the playoff route. Should be heading a little left.
Indeed, it did head a little left, and that would be a bit of a tough up and down. One would, I think the best way to sort of hold it up into this kind of flag location is sort of cut it a little bit into the flag. Although, situationally, what a player chooses and decides to do is, of course, always the best thing to be done. As we take a look now at Udayan Mane, who is at 12 under par after making that par on the 15th hole. The back nine has not been too friendly to him, has made all 6 pars moving into this 16th hole. Then looks like he's going for the flag over here. Indeed is, and what a great shot by Udayan Mane. Realistically, a 12-foot birdie opportunity here all the way uphill towards this flag location. Very well placed there by Udayan Mane. Really using that experience of where that ball needs to be placed on this kind of a hole.
So it seems like they have exceeded our expectations in terms of scoring. Yuvraj Sandhu currently at 17 under par. Still has the last hole to play, and I feel that he could definitely hit a drive beyond that road. And maybe just left with a short 30-40 yard chip shot to try and make a birdie there. But Arjun, this 16th hole, I was expecting Arjun to hit it close.
There we have, as you can tell now, what really uphill is what we've been saying over here. And this, that staircase.
Stairway to heaven. It seems like quite a steep walk, to be honest.
It really is, actually. And this is also the swale in which the players can usually see some wild elephants. This is where they come in from the forest area on this course. Arjun Sharma really has some work cut out over here. Ideally, would need to make a birdie over here. But let's see what is the best that he can do from that location.
The lie doesn't seem to be too welcoming either. There is a small little saplings. Not an easy shot by any stretch of imagination, especially given the situation, the pressure that he would be under. I'm sure he wants to get that monkey off his back. But as he has realized till now, it's not going to be that easy. He will have to make at least another birdie. I don't see Yuvraj dropping his shot now. Essential that he makes a par here. Because the 17th is a rather difficult hole to try and birdie. It's not too bad, but leaving himself with another must-make tester.
Yep, this will be definitely a tester, this putt. And to stay in play for this victory, Arjun definitely needs to make this putt. Not a bad effort, though, coming from that location, but that flat stick will have to do the talking here for Arjun. Kshitij Naved called putting for birdie here on the 16th hole. Kshitij, who has now moved up with 2 birdies on the 14th and the 15th, is back to 9 under par, which has got him back into the top 10 at 9th position. This will be a par for Kshitij. As we take a look at Udayan Mane putting for birdie over here, take himself from 12 to 13 under par. His first birdie on this back nine. Can Udayan Mane make this? Seems like a bit of a technical glitch why we couldn't catch Udayan's putt. As we take a quick look at Entangaraja. Well, we couldn't see Udayan's first putt, but Udayan's making a par as he had to tap in. So clearly, that ball didn't really make it to the bottom of the cup. For birdie, Udayan would end up making another par here on the 16th hole to stay at 12 under par for the tournament. This is the tester that Arjun Sharma needs to make. Arjun Sharma needs to make this par over here to stay at 16 under par, to give himself a shot at making a birdie or two in this on the 17th and the 18th holes. Sunil Bishnoi coming up onto the 18th. Not too bad an effort over there if the ball sticks around on that slope, but it is going to roll backwards down back into the fairway, leaving him with some work to be done. Had to go past the hole on this flag location. Sunil Bishnoi will have some work cut out over there. And so is Entangaraja. Same issue over there for Entangaraja as we go back to Kshitij. No problem there, saving a par here on the 16th. Going back on to this 18th green, we've got Sunit Bishnoi and Thangaraja and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. All three players seem to have found the front of the green, probably trying to be too cute with this flag location. At just 12 inside and 7 from the left.
He's not making it easy for himself.
Yuvraj Sandhu, of course, needing to make another up and down over here on the final hole to stay at 17 under par. This could be a very, very important up and down to be made.
I'm rather impressed by Arjun Sharma as well, the way he's been able to keep his nerve and make par here.
Making par on that 16th hole was a tough one, and Arjun Sharma definitely proving the metal he's made of. Another stellar shot here by Yuvraj, but he will still have about 5 feet to make that up and down.
It's not the easiest putt, to be honest, coming back downhill. We've seen a lot of players leave that to the right.
No, definitely not in this situation. At this moment, this is not just a 5-footer.
Yeah, it's a tricky 5-footer in even ordinary circumstances, but now that difficulty has been multiplied manyfold.
Bishnoi also looking to make par now. Final hole of the day. Has been an up and down day for him. Really complete roller coaster ride for him through the day. What a beautiful shot there. Very beautiful shot there by Sunit Bishnoi. Greatly judged and greatly executed.
Contrasting styles if we compare him to Yuvraj and how they play their shot. Yuvraj tends to use a lot more loft, and Sunit was able to roll that up. Let's see what Thanga does.
And Thangaraja being rather aggressive with that shot, hits the pin and still would have about 6 feet left to save his par. Well, thank God it hit the pin.
That's the same thought that he'll have, but sometimes a lot depends on the way the orientation of the flag. These shots can actually go in the hole also if you just hit it in the right part of the flag. It's just a case of good luck.
I wouldn't suggest to try this at home though.
No, obviously not, but I'm pretty certain he wasn't trying that either. Thangaraja sitting at 14 under par alongside, my apologies, one shot ahead of Yashas Chandra. And Alap Ahil is at 6 under par total, not having the best of days today, 2 over par today, and would finish in a tie for 16th alongside Harinder Gupta, Rohan Dhole Patil, Angad Chima, and Karthik Sharma. Good finish by Gaurav Pratap Singh in at 15th position alone.
Well, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has some work cut out here for himself to save this par and stay in the lead at 17 under. And Arjun Sharma, of course, has got the 17th and 18th, not the easiest of holes to navigate, to make at least one birdie out of these. Udayan Mane coming up onto the 17th hole now.
If anybody can stop that ball, this is the man. He's able to put a lot of compression. Maybe coming out of the first cut, let's see what kind of spin he's able to generate from that lie.
Oh, that's a very, very good shot.
We've seen.
Yep, absolutely. That is very much birdieable opportunity there for Udayan Mane. Needs a breather. Seems to be getting bored of making those pars, and hopefully he can salvage a birdie or two, finishing the day.
Kshitij now with Cole taking a drop. We've seen that a bit. When the ball is rolled back now, he would be able to place that ball. Anyways, I think he would be able to place that ball in the fairway. So maybe getting a drop from a sprinkler head. Something else that is unbeknownst to us. Look at Arjun. He's way down there in the fairways. That's what I was talking about, that approach when a player plays a club which maxes out at the slope. So you just sort of trundle down that slope and get a shorter club. So he seems to be in perfect position if he is to attack for birdie.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu to stay at 17 under par and solo lead. Clubhouse leader he'll be if he makes this putt. Wow. What a putt by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and he knows this was important. Stays in the lead. Clubhouse leader for now. 17 under par.
You know what that means to him.
Blemish-free 8 under par right when it counted.
That was a fantastic putt if we've ever seen one.
Absolutely. It was sweetly struck. Correct speed. Right in the heart of the hole. What more can you do, really? We have Kshitij Naved call from under the slope here on the 17th.
Seems to be hitting from quite a steep downhill.
Yes, there is a little bit of downhill that still remains for him.
But difficult to get any sort of elevation, but obviously he has that speed. Might be able to generate that, but a lot difficult. Coming off of a lie like this to a flag that's to the front of the green. Let's see how that ball reacts once it pitches.
Oh, wow, what a fabulous golf shot.
Look at that golf shot. We've not seen any like that, to be honest. That just pitched and stopped on a dime.
Well, there's a reason why these gentlemen are in the leader group, aren't they?
That's really $1 million shot, to say the least. What a fantastic golf shot.
Well, Kshitij, you can come around and collect your $1 million from Shaurya Singh if you like.
It's all imaginary money, like monopoly money. Collect it any time.
Arjun Sharma trying to get a birdie in to tie the lead.
I reckon he wouldn't have anything more than 100 yards from there.
No, not at all. In fact, he would have somewhere around a 140-yard shot. It's a 420-yard hole. Players usually going with an iron off the tee, so it'll still be about maybe a hard 9-iron. And also it's uphill, so he's probably had to go +5 on the uphill from the position that he was in. But this will require...
The pro shots are letting him down, to be honest. He's pulled the last one, and this
I guess it's a bit too aggressive to go towards the left of this flag location. Maybe owing to the other two players and the shots that he's seen, trying to up the game there, but didn't need to get too close to the flag. He will definitely need to chip this one in or make another birdie on the 18th.
Today I am on 100 and tomorrow I start from 0. Still remember the day when I first wore my Indian jersey, and when you are passionate about something, you will always start working towards it. While my passion for the game makes me give my best day in and day out, I like giving my best to the things I am passionate about, which is the best engine oil for my car, Servo Futura G+.
Dharma M here at hole number 18. Pawan and Mithun having a chuckle about something that we're not quite aware of.
Mithun and Pawan are currently tied together at 8 under par and a tie for 10th position. Pereira missing yet another putt. Unfortunately, it's not gone his way today.
Yuvraj Sandhu definitely saves the best for last, as the propensity to really step on the gas when it matters most. As we have a look at Ocean, who is coming up with his birdie attempt. Not to be, I think, that sort of day for him. So close yet so far.
Morne would get on to another par here. Kshitij for his birdie here on the 17th hole with a fine second shot here.
Yeah, that's the best that we've seen, to be honest. That's one of the best shots I've seen all week. The spin that he was able to generate, I think.
And no shot club, perhaps. It probably hit a full 9-iron or made up 8-iron.
Maybe something to do with those one-length clubs that might be something to do with that.
I mean, it's just the quality of the shot. I don't think one-length clubs are going to increase the amount of compression for everyone.
Obviously, he's a quality player, but that spin was accentuated as compared to what it would be with the normal club. Fantastic birdie for
Making
Kshitij,
full use of that great shot.
moving him to 10 under par.
That's a bit of a breather there for Kshitij. Now 8th call to take him to a tie for 8th position now with Shameen Khan.
Leaving the stage clear for Arjun Sharma. He really needs to make this one and then birdie the last one to get into a playoff with Yuvraj. But he's been most impressive, Arjun. He's really played well. 4 under par today. I mean, how do you counter an 8 under par? You really can't do much more than do your bit.
Sharma really has his work cut out right now. And it's done for his first victory. If you make this par on the 17th, have a shot at a birdie on the 18th hole and still have a shot at the title, of course. And he knows it's important.
A sizable crowd that's following him here as well.
Well done there, Arjun Sharma,
Yes,
making another
fantastic.
superb up and down on this 17th hole. After that miscued second shot, Arjun Sharma definitely needs to cook up a storm here on the 18th hole to take Yuvraj Singh Sandhu into a playoff at 17 under par.
Yes, he definitely is. 2 top-notch saves, and there's appreciation being showed by Kshitij now with call, and he's definitely given him a thumbs up there for his good par save.
True fighter.
It is looking to unleash one of his drives. It will be interesting to see where this lands up. The yardage of this hole is 357, although it plays a lot longer. And that's a common theme here.
Udian Mane already hit his tee shot here on the 18th hole as we wait for Kshitij Naved's call to unleash his own. Seems like he's leaked one out to the right towards the clubhouse.
It tends to come back to the left owing to the slope.
Yes, depending on where it drops, really, but it does have a bailout area on the right side, so shouldn't be too bad.
Unless you really flare it out, then it lands up in the clubhouse.
An unlikely place to be though, but I don't think he would have miscued it as far as that. If we wait, Arjun Sharma needs to unleash a good one over here, keep it in play. He needs to make this birdie over here if he wants to force a playoff with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Seems like he tried to overcook that one with his hands, but would have ended up a little bit on the left side if I'm not wrong. Try to save that one with the hands, that's never going to get saved.
Let's hope he has a shot to the flag.
It should be okay, should be on the left side of the fairway, but from there to attack that flag location is a tough one, but you never know what these players are capable of.
As we reach near the end of the proceedings, which can of course be lengthened if Arjun were to make birdie. Let's also have a look at some of the other scores today. Yashas Chandra shooting a fantastic 6 under par. Raja tied alongside Yashas at 13 under par total. Then we have Akshay Sharma with a 5 under par. Gaurav Pratap Singh also shooting a 5 under par today. That would be a sizable paycheck now. Anyone inside the top 20, especially given the high price fund on offer this week. Adil Bedi also at 2 over par total. Currently, he really needs to play well for the remainder of the tournament. As we saw, he's currently sitting outside the top 60. Very important for him to play well in these upcoming weeks. From some of the other notable scores, we have Sarthak Chibbar 2 under par for the day. Sachin Besoya 2 under par. Sandeep Singh 3 under par. And Karthik and Bhole Patil both at 1 under par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. The top 10 currently is at 9 under par, and you have Dharma and Pawan Kumar tied on that score. And currently leading the tournament is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. And for those of you who are just joining us right now, we'd like to tell you we're live at the IndianOil SERVO Masters Golf 2022. The venue, host golf course is Big Boy Golf Links. The prize fund for this tournament is 75 lakh, with over 12 lakh going to the winner. And we'll soon enough know who the winner will be. Either way, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu will be the number 1 player and will continue to do so. He'll stretch that lead further. He'll probably reach the 60 lakh mark or the 63, depending on how he finishes the tournament. As it seems right now, he's in the pole position to win this tournament.
And Udian Mane seems to have unleashed a big one here on the 18th, right next to that roadway that is running. And Udian has made 8 pars in a row now on this back 9. He'll be looking to make a birdie. And have Arjun Sharma, who has unleashed that one a little bit towards the left side, if I'm not wrong, of the fairway. And of course, we have Kshitij Naved's call, who's making things interesting out there onto the right side of the fairway. Yes, there is Arjun Sharma on the other fairway in the rough.
To be honest, that would probably be the last place that he could have hit this drive. And I've seen that tendency that even on the 16th, 17th, when he's a little bit under pressure, the shots tend to go left.
I think he's more of a draw player, and if he tries to save it with his hands, that's going to go for the left, and that's what we are seeing here. He tried to save this one, trying to fade it with his hands, and it kind of never works like that.
Yeah, rather unfortunate for him to have hit
When
it
he
there.
played with him last time, as you mentioned a couple of weeks ago, did you see him hitting mostly draws?
Well, he was playing against me, so there was the pressure was negligible to say the least. And
No, but
he
did you see him hitting draws?
I just saw him hitting it straight drives, to be honest. Very little
No.
movement.
Which one? Which way was the movement? Right to left or left to right?
Barely minimal, maybe right to left, a yard at most, not
Right.
that. So he was really, it was on
He's
a
on
rope.
song, basically.
Yeah, so you see your misses when you're a little bit under the cosh, when you're feeling the heat. So
Well, there is Kshitiz Naved's ball, as right as it might have seemed. It's not the worst position to be, especially for this flag location. If
Yeah,
he
I
can
think-
find the correct bump and run for himself.
yeah, I think given where the flag is, maybe just pitch it a bit short of the green. But that's the problem, when you pitch it short, you're sort of at the mercy of the conditions, because the bounce is always unpredictable. Not sure how Arjun would get close to the flag from that angle that he's coming. Everything rolls
Well,
away.
he will really have to hit one of the best shots that he's hit if he wants to be close enough to this flag location. I think a good spot for himself to be at should be to give himself about 15 feet past the flag from the line that he's coming in from. And if he can put himself 15 feet past the flag, I think he will have a realistic chance for birdie. He's putting well.
I'm not sure how he would do that from where he is, because the green is sloping away, the flag is to the front left, and either he's going to remain short, and if he is somehow able to pitch that ball on the green, it's going to go at least 25 feet past the flag. So the only way is
he doesn't try to get too cute with that, and at least even if he has a 20-footer, I think that would be a far
Yeah,
better
I
opportunity to
think,
make
yeah.
that birdie.
I think the aim should be just to get somewhere that you have a 20-25 footer. I don't think he can expect more than that from where he is, unless he has a shot.
Absolutely, he wants Udayan to go ahead. So he is still preparing for a shot. A pretty good
Fantastic
shot.
Showing you the difficulty, the ball doesn't quite stop. It's very unpredictable.
But unfortunately, I mean, he must have hit probably exactly what he expected to, but
Yeah,
the ball still run away about 12 feet past the hole.
That's
Can be
why-
quite frustrating for a golfer.
Yeah, that's why he has that look of exasperation. Now look at this shot. I'm not too sure what he has. Is he going low or?
I think he's going over the trees. That's probably the only place that he has to play from, but he will really have to be accurate with this.
Ankle deep rough as well, so really hoisted that up, and as we
That's-
predicted, if that stays up there, I think that's a brilliant shot, to be
Yep.
honest. I think
If it
that's
stays up there, it's not too bad.
that's a 9 on 10, leaving himself with a 20-footer for birdie. I think that's the best he could do.
Absolutely, from where he was, I think he still has a realistic chance to probably tie Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who is the clubhouse leader of the IndianOil Servo Masters golf tournament here at the Big Boy Golf Links, currently at 17 under par. Lots of spectators out here to watch some of the best golfers in the country here in Assam, Big Boy. And the ball has stayed up there, so definitely Arjun Sharma will have to take the aggressive route there with the putter if he wants to force a playoff. This will literally be forcing a playoff at this moment.
I think the previous high mark for the number one player was somewhere in the range of 50 something lakh, if I'm not wrong, by Rashid Khan. And this year you might cross that by double the amount.
I don't think, like we spoke earlier, we won't be touching a crore, I think, but definitely 80 or a 90 lakh definitely looks very approachable.
season ender, the winner could take away about 50 lakh.
I mean, looking at what our friend Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is up to, and if he stays at the same pace that he's on right now, I think that definitely could be achievable.
If you're looking at, he's already at 60. So after the next two tournaments are done, he at the least he'll be at 70. I feel the way he's playing 70, 75.
Incredible where Indian golf is reaching.
And then you're talking about the last tournament, the top 5 will take him to 1 CR. So he's definitely crossing the 1 CR mark.
Indian golf and golfers going strength to strength here.
Giving it a thought, Rahul. Is there an inkling? Do you think you're going to jump back in the ring?
I think I should clean my clubs up.
I just ordered a rangefinder now that I'll be using it. I'll be carrying my drives about 220.
You'll only be using the rangefinder to find out how far away your playing partners are.
That's a good one.
They might just be on the next hole's green while you're still hitting your second
shot
on one.
I must say that your sense of humor is
I'm
improving considerably.
I'm learning. I've got a lot of time at my hands.
So that's not a joke. That's reality. I might actually use it for that. With the way these players are playing, 30 seconds. I don't even know. 30 seconds will go over in the blink of an eye.
Well, the good thing is that Arjun Sharma seems to be finding some smiles in there and keeping it positive.
I mean, he should be proud the way he's played. I mean, you can't do much more.
I wouldn't deny that. I think he's putting up a really good fight, and if he can make this putt, that would be an absolute delight to watch.
Eventually, the win comes down to a moment like this where you can somehow hold a long putt or do something which is unexpected, and that's what golf boils down to. It's never that easy.
I'm building the drama.
Well, that's my job. Can you start a little bit of the drums? We see quite a few around. That maybe a drum roll, and just wait for this moment. And then seems like the commentators get nervous as well, but we do. It's a 25-footer, breaking right to left. Arjun Sharma to join the clubhouse leader, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and force him into a playoff. We'll soon find out if this is going to be a playoff or Yuvraj Singh Sandhu will have another victory under his belt.
Anytime now.
Oh, this looks like it has a chance, but that was a little too much. And ladies and gentlemen, you have your winner. And it's a similar name again. It's Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
17 under par with an 8 under par final round. The rounds of 63, 70, 74 and 64 on those scorecards. To be a total of 17 under par. Arjun Sharma tried to give it a run, but unfortunately has come up short.
Impressive.
Well, nice and positive, aggressive putt here by Arjun Sharma. I think that is the best thing that he could have done. At least give himself definitely that chance to have made it.
Another victory for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's just steamrolling the competition, but not Arjun Sharma. Arjun Sharma was right there until the end. This was a fight to remember. One for the ages, a thriller in Manila, as they say. But Yuvraj is definitely the king of staying. So it's very difficult to beat Yuvraj when he's on that kind of form. But Arjun came close. You should feel proud of that effort.
Again, Mane with yet another birdie attempt missed. Backline really has been not so friendly to Mane.
Mane is a little off in terms of his mental game, it seems. He's a little dejected and down on himself.
Well, I think it takes a toll on you. You have your highs and then you hit a little bit of a purple patch and you try to bring yourself back up. This does take its own time and definitely does take its toll as well, because it's not only physically but also mentally. Players are constantly at work.
2 runner-up finishes for Arjun this year. That's also a fantastic effort. I think
absolutely, I'd say it's quite commendable.
That's all right. You can miss that putt. There's a lot of daylight between you and the third player. You gave it a shot. Now you'll end up at 15 under par. Brilliant week by Arjun. He was really able to hang in there, shooting a 3 under par today.
Commendable performance, I think, by Arjun Sharma as well as Yashash Chandra and Tangaraja as well, shooting up a 5 under par on the final day. Akshay Sharma shooting 5 under par on the third round as well as the final round. Om Prakash Chauhan shooting a 4 under par today, and Shamim Khan as well. And of course, there is not enough that we can say about the prowess of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, shooting up a 64 bogey-free round to win the IndianOil Servo Masters 2022 at a total score of 17 under par.
Arjun Sharma would also be richer by be close to 9 I'm assuming, for his efforts. For all his troubles, he would have a handsome check waiting for him. But the man of the moment is definitely Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who finished runner-up last week. I think he was at 22 under par, and
23 under last year, 17 under this year.
And the previous week he was 22 under par, if I'm not wrong. So you're looking at him shooting an average of 20 under par per week, 5 under par average. And Jammu, he was, I think,
almost looking like a joke, isn't it?
Even in Jammu, Chandigarh, his worst weeks have been about.
Jammu was absolutely fabulous, 9-shot win.
His worst weeks have been about 10 or 12 under par. That's his worst scoring average week is about 3 under par. So I think
quite incredible.
I really want this player to be playing on the US tour and
absolutely.
And
I mean, with those scoring averages, I think he can play anywhere in this world.
I had that conversation with him that he must take that talent anywhere in the world. He's just going to dominate. He's a fantastic talent, and so are all our players. But Arjun has been the most impressive this week. Not giving up, learning from his mistakes the last time. Going toe to toe with the heavyweight champion Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
Absolutely terrific performance by all these gentlemen. Arjun Sharma to finish off with a bogey on the last hole, which won't matter. Finishing off at solo second.
It's a fantastic week so far. Rahul, what are your thoughts? I think our words can't do justice to how good this week was. Most impressed by the quality of golf that has been exhibited by the entire field, not just the winners and not just the winner and the runner-up. You have a total of 9 players who are in double-digit under par.
Absolutely splendid performance here by the Indian professional golfers, as well as golfers coming in from countries like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. And this, ladies and gentlemen, would conclude the live telecast. But please stick around with us as we move into the prize presentation ceremony here in Digboy.
From all of us here at the studio, I am your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside by my host Rahul Bajaj. Please stay with us as we will bring you the prize ceremony shortly. And thank you for being with us, and we look forward to seeing you for another week of scintillating golf next week.
Above extreme power, pickup और performance 3P Tech के साथ SERVO 40 the science of extreme.
I am Manika Batra, India's table tennis game changer. Pin, surprise and score. Winning in my India jersey. The engine is the heart of a car, and hence the one product I don't compromise is the engine oil. For my car, I use the most trusted SERVO lubricants by IndianOil.
What a magical number. It's both a milestone and your new starting point. It's about racing hearts and thrilling minds. It shows your passion for perfection. The go-getter, the showstopper, the podium topper. 100 says you've come a long way. But this is just the beginning. Because 100 fuels you ahead towards your wildest imagination. Buckle up to experience the magic of 100. XP100, the X Factor for your tank. India's first and leading 100-octane premium petrol.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, 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 तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, हो।
सड़कों से सरहदों तक पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल। इंडियन ऑयल।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Discover extreme power, pickup and performance with 3P Tech SERVO 40, the science of extreme.
I am Manika Batra, India's table tennis game changer. Pin, surprise and score. Winning in my India jersey. The engine is the heart of a car, and hence the one product I don't compromise is the engine oil. For my car, I use the most trusted SERVO lubricants by IndianOil.
What a magical number. It's both a milestone and your new starting point. It's about racing hearts and thrilling minds. It shows your passion for perfection. The go-getter, the showstopper, the podium topper. 100 says you've come a long way. But this is just the beginning. Because 100 fuels you ahead towards your wildest imagination. Buckle up to experience the magic of 100. XP100, the X Factor for your tank. India's first and leading 100-octane premium petrol.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, 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 तू मेरा फ्यूल हो, हो।
सड़कों से सरहदों तक पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल। इंडियन ऑयल।
Today I am on 100 and tomorrow I start from 0. Still remember the day when I first wore my Indian jersey. And when you are passionate about something, you will always start working towards it. While my passion for the game makes me give my best day in and day out, I like giving my best to the things I am passionate about, which is the best engine oil for my car, Servo Futura G+.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
एक्सट्रीम पावर, पिकअप और परफॉर्मेंस 3P टेक के साथ सर्वो 40 द साइंस ऑफ एक्सट्रीम।
I am Manika Batra, India's table tennis game changer. Pin, surprise and score. Winning in my India jersey. The engine is the heart of a car and hence the one product I don't compromise is the engine oil. For my car, I use the most trusted servo lubricants by IndianOil.
$100. What a magical number. It's both a milestone and your new starting point. It's about racing hearts and
Servo's Master Golf Tournament for the professional players, powered by Servo, the world-class lubricants, the lube oil brand of Indian Oil Corporation Limited. As someone rightly said, when you love the game, it is not the winning, but the participation, not the triumph, but the struggle you put forth to produce the best outcome. And we take this opportunity to congratulate each and every one of you for putting in your best performance in these 4 days of tournament. I would now like to request our dignitaries to please come forward to the forefront as we are going to start today's ceremonial function. First, I would like to request our patron of Servo 2022, Sri K.K. Sharma, CGM and Refinery Head, Assam Oil Division, Digboy Refinery, to please come to the forefront. I request Advisor Sri Sushanta Kumar Das, CGMT, to please come forward to the forefront. Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Sri Dhanjit Bashar, CGM, TS and HSC. Director Technical, CPCL, Sri H. Shankar. Executive Director, HSC Pipeline Head Office, Sri Shamsundar Pandita. Organizing Secretary, Sri Kamal Basumatari, GMHR. Director, Professional Golf Tour of India, Sri Sampat Chari. And Golf Captain, Sri R. Borua. I now hand over the microphone to Sri Nikhil of PGTI to carry forward the next part of the ceremonial function.
Thank you very much. We welcome you to the prize presentation ceremony of the 22nd edition of the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf 2022. And what an exciting tournament we had this week. We had some great performances from the likes of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Arjun Sharma, Anura Rohana, Kshitij Naveed Kaul, Udayan Mane, and N. Thangaraja. A big hand for all those top-notch efforts. We had 117 professionals and 2 amateurs in the fray. 58 professionals made the cut at 1 over par. Now to begin, I'd like to invite Mr. Sampat Chari, Tournament Director, PGTI, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, gentlemen on the dais out here. On behalf of the Professional Golf Tour of India, thank you very much, sir. At the press conference the other day, you gave us a big surprise by increasing the prize money up by 15 lakhs to 75 lakhs. And let me tell you, this needs a bigger round of applause for a simple reason. In no time, maybe in a couple of years from now, we'll see this figure jump up to 1 crore of rupees at least. And, it's been a fantastic event, sir. Like I said, and some of you may not have been here, some of the players may not have been here, but people like Udyan Mane would really appreciate having played out here, because events like this, they gave us world ranking points, and because of the world ranking points, Udyan was able to represent India in the Olympics. So this is one of the longest running events on tour. It's a 22nd event out here. And I remember right from 47, we have a field of 120 plus running out here now. And very soon we will have those 6 short figures to make up the full field. It's been amazing being out here. Most of us are going to go back. We're going to miss this place for sure. The hospitality out here was extremely good, and so too with the playing conditions. Amir, the captain, and the Greens committee know exactly what we want, and they gave us all that. The amount of hard work that they put in over the last couple of months to make this event a grand success is nothing compared to what we've been through on other tours, on other venues. Once again, sir, thank you very much. We're going to miss this place. And on behalf of all the players who are out here who missed the cut, a very, very heartfelt thanks to all of you for our stay out here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Mr. Kishore Kumar Sarma, Chief General Manager and Refinery Head, to kindly address the gathering.
So good afternoon, gentlemen. First, congratulations to all the winners, and compliments to all the professional golfers who chose to come to Digboy for having a round of golf. Yes, this time the prize money has been increased from last year 60 lakhs to 75 lakhs, and our Lube division was very happy to accept our proposal. The course we are trying to maintain to the best possible standard as we can have, but still we believe that nothing is, we are leaving nothing actually to improve it better, but we would like to make it better with the suggestion and from all of you. Gentlemen, this place is far off. There are some definitely issues with transport, accommodation, but I think we would go with all all good wishes. We accept this place, and Digboy Refinery takes pride in hosting the SERVO Golf Masters, and we have a dedicated team actually. Apart from the people who are here to maintain the course, apart from that, we have a few other officers who are very dedicated to the golf, and we are maintaining it. And we would like to host it in all years to come, and we look forward to your participation in years to come as you had already. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Mr. H. Shankar, Technical CPCL, to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Sharma, all the dignitaries on the dais, and the wonderful professional players who have gathered here for this wonderful event. I first of all want to thank the AOD management for extending this invitation to me to come over here and be a part of this wonderful program. And it has been a great experience for me. I've been following this for the last 2-3 days on the live on the YouTube, and a lot of learning exercises are there for us. In fact, for people like me who are very new golfers, we can say infant as compared to what we have been seeing today. It is a great experience for us to learn from the professionals who are here. And today I was really awestruck by the kind of strokes that I played here. And I want to thank the management of AOD, the management of IndianOil for organizing this event for last 22 years. It's not a mean achievement, because 22 years is a very, very long time. And sustained efforts are there from the management of AOD to keep this thing running. And as Sri Sharma ji has already told, we can always look forward to better improvement and better prize money to invite and also to enthuse the other professionals to join here. I once again thank the management here for inviting me over and wish all the best to all the players and also for their future participation. And also I want to congratulate the winners of today's event and all the people who have participated. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Mr. S.S. Pandita, ED, Health, Safety and Environment Pipeline, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to all of you. I take pride actually in representing Indian Oil. We say India first and then oil. Pehle India, fir oil. And this is the slogan which we carry and serve this country. As a sports policy, we have very robust policy for promotion of the sports. Of course, this is one of the beautiful golf events which we are hosting here. In addition to this, we are doing a lot of activities and a lot of encouragement in other sports of athletics, hockey. In fact, I'm pleased to just share this, that we have sponsored and we have some of the best women hockey players part of this organization in the last 1 year. And incidentally, I was instrumental in selection of those, and they are doing pretty great. And being part of the professional golfers is a joy, is always a joy. I am myself a golfer, and I know how it is on the golf course. It is real positivity, it's real networking, it's real camaraderie, it's a friendship, it spreads a kindness. Golf is a great leveler actually. It teaches us life, how life is. From a very best shot, you can get into a mess. And if you are not doing well in the first shot, you can recover so well. So these are the things probably which teach us practical things in life, and we keep, and it also keeps us grounded. On one of the days, you feel you're on the sixth sky because your game has been, I'm talking about amateurs, not professionals. And the next day, you are again back to Mother Earth as if you are playing for the first time. This is how golf is, and it is related to life. And I thank Mr. Sharma to invite me here. And it's really wonderful to be with you and seeing the last leaders in the last couple of holes. It's so competitive, you never know up to the 18th hole who will be the winner. At last, I want to congratulate all the winners here and have a great time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like to mention before we proceed, thank you, Indian Oil, for all your support and encouragement and increasing the prize money tenfold since 1999, when we began with an event worth 7.5 lakh, now 75 lakhs. So thank you, Indian Oil, for not only supporting golf, but many other Indian sports and sportspersons who have gone on to represent the country at the highest level. We now begin with the prize presentation. First is a mention of the hole-in-one. A big congratulations to Rohan Dhole Patil for his hole-in-one on the 10th in round 1. He will be receiving a check worth rupees 20,000 from the PGTI for his effort. You can join us here for a photo op. Rohan, please. Moving on, we'll now be announcing the runner-up, and giving away the prize to the runner-up would be Mr. S.S. Pandita, Executive Director, Health, Safety and Environment Pipeline. And the runner-up was Arjun Sharma. Scores of 66, 68, 70 and 69 for a total of 15 under 273. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 7,50,000. It's his second runner-up finish of the year. Congratulations to Arjun. It's now time for the grand prize, and I'd request Mr. Kishore Kumar Sarma, Chief General Manager and Refinery Head, to kindly do the honors by presenting the championship trophy to the champion, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Scores of 63, 70, 74 and 64 for a total of 17 under 271. It's his 5th title this year. He equals the PGTI record for most titles in a season set earlier by Ashok Kumar in the 2006-2007 inaugural PGTI season. It's also Yuvraj's 8th professional title. I would now request Mr. H. Shankar to present the winner's check worth rupees 11,25,000 to the champion. It's now time for the customary winner's speech, so I'd request Yuvraj to kindly do the needful.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody on the dice. It's a new feeling, defending the first professional event that I won here in Digboy last year. It's a to-do list that I had, and I checked it, and I can't even tell you how I feel. It's an excitement. I feel all sort of butterflies. But first and foremost, I would like to thank Arjun and really congratulate him on really good playing. I thought you had it in the bag yesterday, man. Fabulous golf. Big thanks to you. Thank you so much, IndianOil, SERVO, and Digboy. You've been treating us for the past 10, 20 years now. I was 2 when this event started, and winning it 2 times is something special that I hold in my heart. Digboy Golf Club has been a great host. The food here is amazing. I started golf in Assam, and winning twice is just a wonderful feeling. Thanking to my sponsors, Go Sports, Travis Matthew Callaway, and both my roommates. I had 2 roommates, by the way, this week, Samarth and Arjun. Thanks a lot to both of these and every single player in PGTI and the PGTI family. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Congratulations to the winner once again. Before we wrap up, we'd like to thank tournament sponsor and presenting partner IndianOil, host venue Digboy Golf Links, Mr. Kamal Basumatari, Mr. C.R. Barua, Mr. Anupam Talukdar for all your support, Mr. Ajoy Barua, Mr. Amir, Mr. Madan for giving us such a beautiful course to play on, and to all our friends in the media, a big thank you. And finally, a big thank you to our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you next year.